Hey everyone, welcome back to another awesome project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack bike rental application in React Native using the React Native framework and the MongoDB as backend. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So let's initially, check out the demo of the application that we're going to build. So initially over here, we're going to show the login screen that's currently being shown. So you can either log in or sign up. If you do not have an account, you're just going to say need to sign up, click here. So in the same page itself, you're going to either log in or sign up. So I have already created my account. So I'm going to log in with my phone number. So you need to enter the phone number over here and the OTP would come to your phone. Okay, I'm going to enter my phone number and I'm going to press on the next screen automatically once the OTP is fetched. So basically the OTP will come in the form of a call. Okay, you can press on verify and boom, just like this, we are coming correctly to your home screen after we log in. Okay, so once you come back to menu over here, as you can see, my profile is created. This is my profile, this is my email, and it says profile is updated. So in the home screen at the top over here, as you can see, we have this nice UI where we can choose the pickup dates as well as the drop off date. Okay, and we can also choose in the pickup time as well as the drop off time as well. And over here we are going to have some UI related elements that is horizontally scrollable even for this as well. Okay, so let's say I'm going to choose in the pickup date, I'm going to choose, let's say, September 8th, and let's say I'm going to choose in 12 p.m. and I'm going to choose September 10th, and I'm going to choose a random pickup time, drop off time, that is 12 p.m. and I'm going to press on search. So once we press on search, automatically you'll be navigated to the search screen, and over there in that particular screen, we're going to show all of the available vehicles for this particular time slot. Okay, I'm going to press on search and boom, just like that, we are coming to this particular screen where all of the vehicles are going to be shown. So I think for this particular bike there is some issue with the image. Let's skip that for now, and over here at the top we're going to show the correct pickup time as well as the drop off time. So here once you press on the drop down, it is going to show more locations if at all it has. I'm going to press on this. As you can see, we have HSR layout, 4th sector, Indiranagar metro station as well as Yeshwantpur BMTC bus station. So once you chosen that, it is going to be set to that particular location. And if at all any bike is already been booked, okay, it would show over here, and if at all it's booked, over here we are going to show a sold out message, and we are basically going to disable the book now button. Okay, so let's say I'm going to book the Aprilia SF 160. You can also scroll down and then view all of the available vehicles over here. Okay, and you can also search by model as well. Let's implement that and let's check this out, and then let's try to book this particular vehicle. I'm going to press on search by model. So here, as soon as you press on the search by model, a kind of search overlay is going to open up, and you can directly search by that particular model, or you can even search for the model as well. Let's say I want a Suzuki bike. I'm going to search for Suzuki. Let's say Gixxer 250. And just like that, we are getting the Gixxer 250 bike over here. Let's try to book this bike itself. Let's say for the first location or the second location, and I'm going to press on book now for these dates. So we would be navigated to the next screen, that is the book confirmation screen or the ride confirmation screen. You can go through these details and then you can press on proceed to pay. So automatically our booking should be confirmed, and these bookings or this booking should be stored in the backend as well, that is in the MongoDB. I'm going to press on proceed to pay, and boom, just like that, we have some nice confetti being shown, and we are going to show the booking ID as well as booked on date as well as all of these informations. Okay, yeah, for some reason it's showing unknown vehicle. We'll fix that while building up the project, and once you press on back to home or reload the app, you should be taken back to your home screen. That is just like this. Okay, so this part is done. So once you check out the subscription, this is some UI related design. You can take a look at it. It's pretty simple. So next is your menu screen. Over here we're going to have the user profile being created for the user. So once they press on view profile, that profile information is going to be shown. You can enter the details and then you can save changes. Automatically it should be changed over here. I'm going to just name it as Sujan. Save changes. As you can see, profile updated successfully. Even over here we're able to see that change, right? So once you press on my bookings, if at all the user has done any bookings, it is going to show that particular booking. Okay, so since we have done one booking now, let's press on my bookings, and there you go. So previously I've done these bookings, and now while demoing the video, it is showing the recently done booking, that is Suzuki Gixxer 250, and it is confirmed over here, and basically this is the price. So now let's check out and try to book it again. Okay, so I'm just going to reload the app once. So as you can see, we have some small kind of splash screen also being implemented. So I'm going to say pick up, let's say 8th, and let's say 12:30 or something like that. or 12 p.m. itself, and drop off also 10th. I'm gonna choose, let's say, 11:30. I'm gonna press on search. Let's scroll down. Okay, let's scroll down to the point where we have Suzuki Gixxer. Okay, so if you remember, I think we had booked for Banashankari stage 2, but by default the first location is going to be set. So basically this bike is available at this particular location, so that's the reason it is not showing sold out. So once you change the location, and if all any user wants to book at this particular location, it is going to be sold out, and boom, just like that, it is sold out. You cannot book this, so this is disabled. Even if you press on book now, it's not going to take you to the next screen. So for these dates, this particular bike is booked at this particular location. So let's say if you want to book this bike, that is KTM Duke 200, we can book that. So let's say I'm going to choose this itself, that is Kormangla beside Sony Signal. Book now, and then proceed to pay, and boom, this bike is booked. Okay, so let's come back over here, back to home, and you can check out the bookings. You should be able to see the latest booking, that is KTM Duke 200. Okay, so we're going to implement this much in this particular video. We're also going to have proper login based authentication as well as sign up as well. So now over here, if you press on logout, automatically you'll be navigated to the login screen again. You can again press on sign up, you'll be created with a new account. Okay, so we're going to implement this much in this particular video. So if you found this interesting, please hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started with the project right away. So now the first step is to create a fresh new React Native project. So let's go do that. So currently I've just opened up my fresh VS Code application, and I've just currently opened up my terminal over here. So here I'm going to go into my build folder where all of my projects are present. So for that, I'm going to say cd build, and here I'm going to execute npx at React Native community /CLI init the app name that is currently set to Rapido app. I'm going to choose, let's say, bike rental, because we are building a bike rental application. So bike rental, and I'm going to use this specific version. So let's press on enter over here. So there you go, it's downloading the template and it's currently installing the dependencies. So this is going to take about, let's say, 2 minutes for the project to be initialized, and after that we're going to go into the project structure and look into the files that React Native has given us. So let's give it about 2 minutes. Okay, so it's asking, do you want to install CocoaPods now? So by default the option would be set to no. So here I'm just going to press on enter. I'm not going to do anything, and there you go. So it says our project is initialized, and these are some of the run instructions for Android, and these are some of the run instructions for iOS. So if all you are using Android, just go into the project directory and then execute npx React Native run Android. So in my case, I'm using iOS, so we need to install the CocoaPods. So bundle install as well as bundle exec pod install. These needs to be done within your iOS directory, and after that we need to execute npx React Native run iOS. So let's follow that. I'm going to press on file, open folder, go into the build folder, the first project. Okay, so this is essentially all of the files that React Native gives once when you initialize a fresh new React Native project. And this is the main entry point of the application, that is the app.tsx. So here we're going to make use of native end for the styling part, as we discussed earlier, as well as the TypeScript for code. Okay, so here I'm going to add in some options, compiler options, and then module resolution, set it to be node, and save the file. Okay, so let's come back to the app.tsx, and let's first of all try to build up the application. So before that, some instructions for iOS, as we saw earlier. Go into cd iOS. I'm going to say bundle install. So this is going to install all of the required dependencies. Let's wait for it to complete. So next here I'm going to say bundle exec pod install. Let's press on enter. That's the next command. So yeah, let's again wait for this command to complete. Alright, this is done. I'm just going to do one pod install, and I'm going to start run this application. So yeah, this is almost done. Let's come back to a new terminal and make sure you're into this particular project directory. And here I'm just going to say yarn iOS. Let's press on enter. So this should open up the launch package command prompt just like this. And as you can see, it says found Xcode workspace, bike rental.xcode workspace, and it should currently build up the application onto this 16 Pro over here. So this should take about, let's say, 4 or 5 minutes depending upon my network, and once the app is loaded, it should essentially show whatever is there within my return block. That is basically all of this code. Okay, so let's wait for that to happen, and essentially we're going to build all of these screens. So you can check this out: home screen, search screen, and book screen. As you saw in the demo part of the video, I've just put up the screenshot over here so that we could look at it and then we can build it up. So yeah, let's wait for a couple of minutes for the app to build and then load onto the simulator. So there you go, the app has been currently loaded onto the simulator. So essentially, as I said, whatever is there within your app.tsx, that is within your return block, the same thing is going to be displayed over here. Okay, so now let's move on to the next step, that is to install and initialize native wind into the system, because we're going to use native wind for the styling part. Let's head over to Chrome and I'm going to search for nativewind.dev over here. So I'm going to say nativewind.dev. Let's go on to the first step, that is get started. And since we're using frameworkless, that is not the Expo framework, so press on this particular tab and install with the help of yarn. Copy that down, and here I'm just going to paste it. Let's install all of these dependencies, and furthermore we need to do npx pod install, and we need to set up the tailwind config.js. Copy that code and at the root level I'm going to say new file, tailwind.config.js. paste it over here. Okay, so basically this corresponds to all of these file structure, but I'm going to paste in the code with respect to the file structure that we are going to have it. Okay, that is /app src and then screens, components, navigation. So to all of these we're going to have the styles being given so that it gets accessed. So save the file. This part is done. So let's move on to the next step. We need to configure and create the global.css file to add the tailwind directives. So come back over here. I'm going to create new file at the root level, global.css, and then paste in all of these three directives. So that's it. The next one is to add the Babel preset. So we need to include the native wind package. Let's come back to babel.config.js. I think that's the file name. Yeah, that's the one. So over here, and right after this package, I'm going to add it over here. So save. Okay, this part is done. The next step is to modify your metro.config.js to include your native wind package configuration. So let's make that change. I'm going to paste in the code for the metro.config.js. You can take a look at it. Okay, so here we are including the global.css as well as with the native wind that is coming from your package over here. Okay, that's it. This part is done. The next step is we need to import your CSS file, and pretty much that's it. We need to do a pod install as well. So here I'm going to say pod install, enter. Yeah, so there is an issue with the React Native worklets probably. So we need to install that package. Here I'm going to say yarn add React Native worklets, enter. That part is done. Let's again try to do a pod install. So there you go, it's installing all of the required things, reanimated worklets as well as safe area context. Alright, this part is done. Let's try to rebuild the application, and we need to import it at the main level, that is within the app.tsx. So here I'm going to say import global.css. Save. Let's give this one more try. Cut the terminal once. So we're going to build it from fresh, and here I'm just going to say yarn iOS, enter. Okay, so this might again cause an issue. It says not found, that is tailwind CSS package. So I'm going to quit it over here. Okay, my bad, not the simulator. Let's quit the terminal and let's try to say yarn add tailwind CSS, enter. Alright, let's try to open up the simulator, yarn iOS. Yeah, so native wind only supports tailwind CSS version 3. We need to install a specific version. Let's do that. Yeah, so the simulator is opened up. So I'm going to install the version 3 because as the error suggested, it doesn't allow version 4, and by default version 4 gets installed, as you can see, for tailwind. Make use of this version that is compatible, 3.4.17. Save. Again, try to do a yarn. Enter. So now it gets updated to that particular version. Alright, this part is done. So now the next step is, let's wait for a couple of minutes for this to complete, and hopefully now we should not see the error. And once that is loaded, we can actually try, giving the styles to this, and hopefully the native in styles should get applied. Okay, let's wait for some time. Alright, so the app is being loaded. So let's try to give this a try. So I'm going to come back to, let's say, any one of the text over here. That is, let's say this one. I'm going to remove this style. I'm going to pass on the class name. I'm going to say text ref 500. Save, and boom, just like that, it is getting applied, which is good. So we have set up the first step that is important for styling out. So that is the native and configuration. So I think we forgot one more thing, that is to initialize and install React Native vector icons, because we would be using that in our development part. So come back to Chrome again, new tab, React Native vector icons. Let's go to the GitHub version. So scroll down a bit and let's try to install all of the packages. So I'm just gonna first of all install the common package, I guess. I think let me get it from my side, and I'm gonna paste in the terminal basically. So let's come back over here. So I'm just gonna paste in all of these. You can take a look at it. Basically it contains different family icons, so you can take a look at it. I'm gonna press on enter. So once this is installed and initialized, we also need to install the React Native vector icons common package. So yeah, we need to do that as well. Let's wait for this to complete. Okay, let's install this. Okay, not like this. We need to say yarn add React Native vector icons common. Let's press on enter. And here let's do a pod install. Okay, let's clear that off. So this should install all of the icons. There you go, that's working fine. So this part is done. So we need to make the changes within the info.plist. So for that, iOS directory, your project name, your info.plist, and right below the last false tag, I'm going to paste in all of the list of icons, just like this. So you can take a look at it. Okay, so to get all of these lists, you can actually check out the documentation itself. I'm not sure where exactly it's present. You can check out one link that was present in this doc itself. So there is a migration link. I'm not sure. Yeah, you can check out this React Native. So we have done that, and essentially this is what I've pasted. You can add in more icons if you want to add. Okay, so let's try to rebuild the app. These are the only steps. Save this thing, one more pod install, and once this is done, I'm gonna build it up. So quit terminal again and rebuild the app. Okay, so this command is almost done. Here I'm just gonna say yarn iOS. So hopefully now we should be able to use all of our React Native vector icons within our development part. All right, so let's wait for that to build. So while this is happening, let's try to initialize the folder structure. I'm going to create a root src folder where all of the required things are going to be present. So src, within src, first one is for your navigators. So navigators, then we have for the contexts that we're going to use. Furthermore, we have it for your routes. I mean, not routes, your screens. Routes is going to come within the navigation. And we're going to have it for the utils, not within the screens, within the src itself. So utils, enter. Okay, and yeah, pretty much that's it. So now let's try to initialize your navigators. Okay, so here within the navigators, okay, my bad, so this should be navigation. Within that we're going to have navigators. So navigation, here I'm going to say navigators, and apart from that we're going to have routes also. Within navigation we're going to have one more routes folder, and we're going to have a main navigation.ts file. So here I'm going to say navigation.ts. okay, that's it. So let's try to initialize the first part of the application, that is to initialize your navigation. and set up the bottom tab navigator part. So as you can see, we have basically 3 tabs over here: your home, subscription tab, as well as the menu tab. So first of all, let's head back to your Chrome, install dependencies for React navigation. So I'm going to say React navigation, let's say bottom tabs. Let's move on to the first link, bottom tabs navigator, and let's press on getting started. Make sure you are using yarn or npm, whatever you like. Copy down this and let's come back over here, install this. Once that is done, the next step is, okay, so let's come back to getting started over here. Okay, I think I installed bottom tabs. Let's verify that once, I'm not sure. Yeah, bottom tab is installed, so we need to install the React navigation as well. So come back to getting started, and here we need to install your native navigation native. Copy down that, paste it over here. Okay, and yeah, so this is for your expo manage project. Since we're using React navigation, copy down this piece of code. Yeah, this is completed. Install this, and we have already installed bottom tabs as well. Okay, come back, that's it. So let's say pod install. This should install all of the dependencies for React navigation properly. There you go, React Native screens as well as safe area context. So clear off the screen, again rebuild, because we have installed few dependencies. So I'm just going to say yarn iOS, and automatically it should build up with the latest packages. So yarn iOS. This part is done. So let's come back to your screens or navigators. Let's create basically all of the navigators. One is going to be bottom tab navigator, new file, bottom tab navigator.tsx. all right, then we're going to have auth stack navigator as well as root navigator, new file, root navigator.tsx, rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet. So to get all of the shorthand code snippets, you can try to install your ES7 code snippets. For that, you can try to access your extensions tab. All right, and you can search for ES7, that is this one, ES7 React, Redux or React Native snippets. Try to install this. Okay, so let's come back over here. So let's do the same thing for your bottom tab navigator. Finally, for your auth stack navigator as well. So I'm going to say new file, auth stack navigator.tsx, rnfes, and then save. So let's start off by writing the code for your bottom tab navigator, which consists of all of these 3 tabs as we saw earlier: home, subscription, as well as menu. So for your bottom tab navigator, here initially let's try to create the tab. I'm going to say const tab is going to be equals to create bottom tab navigator. So we need to import it. Let's try to import it from the docs itself. Back, yeah, this is the one. Scroll down and just copy this down. Let's paste it over here. Save the file. So here let's try to initialize the tab.navigator. So let's remove that. I'm going to say tab dot your navigator. Within that, we're going to have your first one, that is the tab.screen. We're going to have basically 3 screens. So tab.screen, so name is going to be equals to your routes. So we're going to make use of something known as the routes. If we have not yet defined that, let's go and do that. So we need to define a routes.tsx consisting of all of the screens that we're going to use. Okay, so for that, come back to routes. I'm going to say your routes.tsx, or just ts, as well as your route, not route, types.ts. Okay, within the routes.ts over here, I'm going to say const routes, everything in caps, is going to be equals to an object consisting of all of the screen names, initially /. Then I'm going to say login, this is going to be the name. Then we're going to have your sign up screen. So sign up, here I'm going to say sign up Next, we're going to have your home screen. So it's going to be home. Furthermore, subscription. This is going to say subscription over here. And I'm going to say menu. It's going to be menu. And search, it is going to be search. Okay, after menu, I missed a part, that is menu tabs. Not menu tabs, my bad, main tabs. So main tabs. This is going to say main tabs, just like this. And this is going to be for the search. Furthermore, we're going to have it for the OTP. Next, we're going to have it for the phone number. I'm going to say phone. Next, we're going to have it for the profile completion screen. So profile underscore completion. Here it's going to be profile completion. Okay, so furthermore, we're going to have it for the write confirmation screen. So write confirmation, here it's going to be write confirmation. Next, it's going to be for the choose login sign up. I think we can skip that, we're not going to use it. Next is for the book confirmation. So I'm going to say book confirmation is going to be equals to book confirmation. Furthermore, your update profile. This is going to say update profile. And the last one, your bookings. It's going to be equals to bookings over here. Let's write it in caps. That's it. Let's try to export it over here. I'm going to say as const and export default routes. That's it for now. Let's come back over here to your bottom tab navigator.tsx. Here the first one is going to be routes.home. Import routes.home. And we need to define the screens. Let's define that now itself. 3 screens. Come back to screens folder. Home screen.tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Furthermore, subscription screen. I'm going to say subscription screen.tsx rnfes. Next is going to be your menu screen. I'm going to say menu screen.tsx. Okay, as of now, these are the 3 screens. Let's try to come back to your bottom tab navigator. And for this, we need to show the component to render. I'm going to say component is going to be equals to home screen. Import that from the screens folder and initialize this a couple of times. Here it's going to be routes.subscription. The third one, routes.menu. And component render for the second one is going to be equals to your subscription screen. Import that from the screens folder correctly. The third one is going to be equals to menu screen. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save the file. So here at the top, let's try to initialize the bottom tab param list. Here I'm going to say export type bottom tab param list is going to be equals to an object. Initially for the routes.home, it's going to be undefined. Then I'm going to say routes.subscription. Again undefined. Then finally for your routes.menu, it's going to be undefined. So here for the tab navigator, we're going to pass in a different number of screen options. Let's write that over here. I'm going to say screen options within a double object, or not like this. This in turn is going to take in basically your route, and here your route in turn is going to have in your name. That is going to be your key of your bottom tab param list. So here I'm just going to say just like this. Okay, so here I'm initially going to say, so we do not want to show the header in any of the screen. So for that reason, I'm just going to say header shown is going to be false. Okay, then I'm going to say tab bar show label is going to be true. Then tab bar style, I'm going to say height of 70, padding bottom of, let's say, 10, as well as some padding top of 5. So furthermore, we're going to have in the tab bar label style. So I'm going to say tab bar label style, having the text decoration line, that's going to be none. Next is for the tab bar icon, that is for each of the tabs. So I'm going to say tab bar icon. Here it's going to have in 3 props: focused, color, size. Just like this. Here we're going to define the type. So boolean. Next we're going to have your color string. I think it's going to have a semicolon, not a comma. Next we're going to have, okay, my bad. Okay, no, it is actually going to have semicolon. Size is going to be again number. Okay, so here let's try to define it. So initially I'm going to have in my icon name, so I'm going to say let icon name is going to be equals to a empty string. I'm going to check if my route dot name is equals to routes dot home, or you can directly say home over here. Then here icon name is going to be equals to, if it's focused, it's going to be home, else it's going to be equals to home outline. Okay, similarly, next condition, else if your route dot name is going to be equals to your routes dot subscription, or you can directly check for subscription. And in this case, I'm going to say icon name, if it's focused, question mark, it's going to be card, else it's going to be equals to card outline. So card outline. Okay, and finally, else if I'm going to say if your route dot name is going to be equals to menu, then in this case I'm going to say icon name is going to be equals to, if it's focused, question mark, menu icon, else it's going to be a menu outline icon. And we're going to return just one icon, that is the ion icons. So here I'm going to say return ion icons. This in turn is going to have in the name, that is going to be your icon name, whatever the value is going to be set. Furthermore, your size, that is going to be equals to size, and your color. So again, condition styling, if it's focused, question mark, it's going to be FEBE10. So I'm going to say FEBE10. Then over here, else I'm going to say gray. Let's format once over here. And furthermore, apart from that, we're going to have the tab bar active tint color. It's going to be this one. Inactive tint color is going to be gray, as you can see over here. Okay, so I'm going to say tab bar active tint color is going to be equals to this color code, that is FFD and then 700. Then tab bar inactive tint color, inactive tint color is going to be equals to gray. Let's try to import the ion icons onto the top. You can take a look at it. Okay, my bad, I imported the wrong one. Okay, so that's pretty much it. This part is done. So now let's come back to your root navigator.tsx and then let's try to implement the part over here. So let's come back to root navigator.tsx. And here initially, let's import the navigation container. And before that, we need to install and initialize the stack. So I'm going to say const stack is going to be equals to your create native stack navigator. I don't think, it's auto importing. Let's come back over here. And we should be able to import it. Yeah, this is the one. Let's import it over here. It's going to be native stack navigator. So here I'm going to say const. Okay, so it's not there. Okay, that's weird. Let's come back to package.json. Okay, so for some reason it is not tracking that, or it's not installed. Might be some mistake while installing. Let's install that again. Okay, here I'm going to say const is authenticated is going to be equals to true by default, and once we have implemented the backend part as well as the login, we're going to make it look dynamic. That is from the context. Okay, here let's try to have in your navigation container, and here I'm going to check first of all, before checking, I'm going to say stack.navigator. Here I'm going to check if at all is authenticated is true. Then here I'm going to have in my stack.screen, the name is going to be equals to your routes dot your main tabs, and the component render is going to be equals to your bottom tabs or the bottom tab navigator. So component is going to be bottom tab navigator. Import that from the navigator file just like this. Else over here we're going to have all of your auth stack of the screens. Okay, so for that I'm just going to say stack.screen, name is going to be equals to, let's say, routes.route or root, and component to render is going to be auth stack navigator. So as of now we do not have anything within the auth stack. Let's first of all design all of these things, and then we're going to implement that. So format over here, and then let's try to save the file. So this part is done. So now let's try to initialize the logger. If at all we are going to use it, you can use it for checking the navigation state as well as any kind of logging messages that you want to see within your app. So I'm going to create a logger.ts within the utils folder. Here I'm going to say logger.ts. Let's define two functions. I'm going to say const logger is going to be equals to an object. The first function info, it's going to have the message of type string and data of any. Here I'm just going to say console.log info $message and then the data. Okay, so this should come within the backticks. Okay, the second one is going to be for the error over here. Error, that's going to be the method message of string comma data of any console.log error $message comma data or empty string. That's it. Let's try to export the default logger over here. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file, and we need to initialize the navigation.ts as well. That is going to have again three functions, that is your navigation ref, your parse and log route, which is going to extract routes as well as the index from the state, and a function for checking if at all your is navigation is ready or not. So let's come back to your navigation.ts over here, and let's try to initialize the code. So initially we're going to have in a navigation ref, so that basically lets you hold a reference to the navigation container. That's the entire navigation container from your that's present within the root navigation. Okay, so let's initialize that. So here I'm going to say export const navigation ref is going to be equals to, I'm going to say react dot your create ref. Okay, that is going to be equals to your navigation container ref, navigation container ref. Import that, this is the one, and is going to be of the root stack param list. Okay, so we haven't defined this yet, so root stack param list And the next one we're going to do is the parse and log route. So this essentially, takes in your navigation state and basically the snapshot of the current navigation, and if no state is present, it does nothing. So if it is present, it gets the current route by checking the routes of index and it returns that, and it also logs the current route name and its parameters using the logger that we have just defined. So I'm going to say export export function parse and log route. Here it's going to take in the state. I'm going to say navigation state, import that, or undefined. Here I'm going to say if not of state, then try to return. I'm going to say const routes comma your index is going to be equals to state. I'm going to say const current route is going to be equals to your routes of index, and try to log it. I'm going to say logger, import that from the correct folder. I'm going to say .info. I'm going to say current route and your name is going to be your current route dot your name and parameters if any. So params, it's going to be again similar, current route dot your parameters over here. That's it. Let's try to format over here. And the final one is to check the state, that is a kind of flag which simply logs that your navigation state is ready. Okay, you can basically use this with the help of the onReady method within the navigation container. So I'm going to say export function set is navigation ready. Here I'm going to say logger dot info, not error, info. I'm just going to say navigation is ready. That's it. So basically I'm going to include this. It's not yet included. It's pretty simple. I'm going to paste in the code for the types.ts for all of the screens. You can take a look at it and then you can write it down just like this. So as of now, these things are not present, I guess. For now, let's try to remove these ones. Okay, for book confirmation, we can try to add it like this: routes dot book confirmation undefined. Let's format once. So these are all of the root stack params, and these are all the screens that we're going to use. And if anything extra is that, you can try to add it over here. And here we're trying to export the root stack screen props with help of this method. So yeah, you can take a look at it, and then let's try to save the file, and let's also try to save the navigation.ts as well. Let's import it basically and save. Okay, so this part is done. Let's come back to root navigator.tsx, and over here, yeah, so instead of the root navigator, here I'm going to actually have in something known as the app content. So I'm going to say const app content is going to be equals to this one. Here let's try to have in export root navigator itself, and here we're going to have in the root navigator. All right, so this part is done. Here let's try to pass in two things to the navigation container. That's the ref that we just initialized. I'm going to say ref is going to be equals to navigation ref. Import that from the navigation.ts file. Next is your on state change. That's going to be equals to your handle state change. This we need to define it. We are going to do that in just a bit. On ready, it's going to be equals to set is navigation ready. That is the function that we defined again from your navigation file. So for your handle state change, here I'm going to say const handle state change is going to be equals to, that's going to take in the state, that is your navigation state or undefined initially, and it's going to log the info. I'm going to say logger dot info. Here I'm going to say navigation state changed. I'm going to pass in two things, state as well as the is authenticated, and I'm going to call parse and log route, import that and pass in the state over here. That's it. And let's try to initialize use effect and check when the use navigation is ready, or show the message that use navigation is ready or navigation is ready. That's what it does. So use effect, run on the initial mount, so empty dependency array. So if your navigation ref dot current dot is ready, okay, then here we are going to say logger dot info with a message being navigation is ready. That's it. Okay, so let's try to format over here, and then let's try to save the file. Now we need to show the app content within the return block over here. So I'm going to say app content just like this. So format and then save. So yeah, this part is done. So let's try to import your root navigator within the main app.tsx. And if all we have done everything correctly, we need to be seeing the 3 tabs being correctly shown. So let's come back to app.tsx over here. Let's remove all of the code that's present, and I'm just going to say over here root navigator, import that from the navigation folder and save the file. And boom, just like that, there you go. You're able to see all of the 3 tabs: home tab, subscription tab, as well as the menu tab. Okay, and we're also able to see different screens for each of the tab. Everything's working fine. There's one change: we do not want the header to be shown over here. So for your bottom tab navigator, I think we need to give the design, not for the bottom tab, I think for the stack, it's coming from there. So root navigator tsx. Here for your stack.navigator, we need to pass in the screen options. I'm going to say screen options header shown is going to be false. Format, save, and boom, just like that, it is working absolutely fine. So we are done with the bottom tabs part, and the navigation is completely set up for this thing. You can actually try to open up your React Native Dev Tools. I'm just going to press on J, and there you go. So once you log in, there you see navigation is ready, and navigation state changed. So it has all of the details, as you can see over here. So once I change any kind of navigation, it is going to show all of the details over here. There is state, your type, what type it is. So this would be useful once the app complexity becomes large. So as you can see, you can check out each of the things over here just like this. Okay, so yeah, that's the main reason we implemented the navigation.ts functionality. So this part is done. So now let's get started with the design of the home screen. That's going to look something like this. So let's come back to the home screen.tsx, and then let's start designing that. So that's going to start off from over here. So here let's initially have in your safe area view. So I'm going to say safe area view, import that from React Native, save the file. Okay, so here for this, I'm going to pass in the class name. It's going to have a flex of 1 as well as a bg of white. As you can see, that got applied, and we're going to have these 2 parts, Bangalore as well as towards right side, the offers part. That's your header. So here I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to have your touchable opacity. Import that from React Native, which in turn is going to have a text, which is going to say Bangalore or Bengaluru. Save. And we're going to have your iron icons. So here I'm going to say iron icons. So this is going to say the name, that is going to be equals to chevron down. Size is going to be equals to 18. There you go. That's being shown correctly fine. So for your touchable opacity over here, I'm going to pass in the class name. It's going to have a flex of row, because over here it needs to come into a row fashion, as well as a MR of 1, I mean items of center. Items center. Let's format over here, and then let's try to save. Okay, so for the text, it's going to have text of LG and then font of semi-bold, class name, as well as MR of 1, save. As you can see, that's looking good. So have this down one more time. Here it's going to be again the icon first, and next it's going to have the text. This time it's going to be the price tag outline icon. So I'm going to say price tag outline, and here it's going to be offers. Let's format once and let's try to save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. So for the view, outermost view, pass on the class name. It's going to have a flex of row because it needs to come into a row fashion, as you can see. So flex row, item center, justify between, px of 4, py of 3. It's going to have a border b, and I'm going to say border gray of 200, as well as a bg of white. Save, and there you go. Just like that, the design is looking neat. So here let's provide some gap. I'm going to say gap of 2 or 1. Okay, yeah, so this is looking good. Let's try to save the file. So now the next step is we need to start designing the scrollable content, because this is not scrollable. All of the content would go below this. So here I'm going to say scroll view, import that from React Native, and here let's try to initialize the booking form where the user needs to enter pickup as well as the drop off details. So initially top view, which in turn is going to contain a text which says book now, write anywhere. Okay, let's pass on the style for the text, class name, text of 2XL, font of bold, MB of 3. Yeah, that's looking nice. Below that, we're going to have your outermost container design, having a view. This in turn is going to have your pickup date container, touchable opacity for that. So within the touchable opacity, we're going to have your icons. The name is going to be calendar outline. So calendar outline size is going to be 18. Color is going to be gray color. And here we're going to have in your text, which is going to show your pickup date. So first of all, let's try to initialize the states that we're going to use. That is pickup date, pickup time, drop off date, drop off time, and all of these details. I'm going to say const pickup date, comma set pickup date is going to be equals to use state. Here I'm going to say string or null, of null over here. Next I'm going to say const pickup time, comma set pickup time is going to be equals to use state again string or null, and next is going to be drop off date as well as drop off time. So const drop off date, comma set drop off date is going to be equals to use state again, string or null, of null. Next it's going to be for your drop off time. So const drop off time, comma set drop off time is going to be equals to your use state again string or null. Okay, so these are some of the states that we're going to use. There are some more states. We're going to do that in just a bit. So here let's come down. Here it's going to be a pickup date or date. Save. Okay, so yeah, that's looking fine. So for your class name over here, touchable opacity, I'm going to give it a flex of 1, then flex of row, items of center, I'm going to say border gray of let's say 200, rounded LG, px of 3, py of 2, bg of white. Okay, Let's format once and let's try to save the file. Yeah, that's looking good. So this part is done. So now the next step is for the next part. So copy this down. Here it's going to be again not calendar, it's going to be the time outline. So it's going to be time outline. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So let's pass on the style for your texts. I'm going to say class name. It's going to have ml of 2, text of sm, as well as text gray of 700. Same piece of styling for the second one as well. Save. There you go, that's looking good. So now for the view, we're going to pass in the class name. It needs to come into a row fashion. So flex of row, margin bottom of 4, gap of 2. There you go, that's looking good. So now for your outermost view, that is this view, I'm going to give it some padding. Initially padding x of 4, as well as a empty of 4. Save. There you go, that's looking good. I think I forgot to add in one more view because I forgot to add in the pickup. So that needs to come right below this. I'm going to say view. Okay, let's write that properly. Within this, I'm going to have in a text which says pickup. Having the class name to this. So essentially font of semi bold and a MB of 2. There you go, that design is looking neat. So below the text, we're going to have your view. That is essentially this design. Save, because we need that outer border. Okay, that is the reason I added a external view over here. So class name, let's pass on this. It's going to have a BG of white, a rounded of XL. I'm going to say shadow SM, and I'm going to say border and border yellow of 200. So border yellow 200, as well as some internal spacing padding of 4. And just like that, our design is looking neat. This part is done. Let's format once. You can increase the border if you want, let's say 400. Okay, not for this, for the yellow part. Yeah, I think this is looking better. Okay, so now this part is done. So now the next design is for the drop off part. So here, having a text which says drop off. Save. Okay, so essentially same piece of design for this as well. Add it over here. Okay, and let's try to just add in the design that is already done. That is this particular view. And there you go, this part is done as well. So here we need to make the change. So for the second input, we're going to show the pickup time or time. And next is going to be your drop off date or date. So I'm going to say drop off date or date. Here it's going to be drop off time or time. So drop off time or time. Save. And there you go. So just like that, our design is looking nice. So this part is done. We could actually decrease the padding. I think the padding is a bit more. Let's keep it to be 3. Yeah, I think 3 looks okay. If at all you want a 4, you can keep that. I'm going to go with 3. Okay. So this part is done. So below that, we're going to have your touchable opacity containing a search button. So right below this, I'm going to say touchable opacity, having a text which is going to say search. Over here, I'm going to say class name, initially BG yellow of 400, rounded of LG. And for the text over here, I'm going to say class name. It's going to have text of center. So text center, text black, font bold, text base. Save. Okay, so I think I've missed something. Padding Y. Okay, that's the reason it's not looking good. PY of 3. Save. Just like that, the design is looking neat. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so this part is done. So now let's actually try to initialize the remaining states for the showing off any of the dates as you saw in the demo part of the video. So I'm just going to add it over here, just below this. So it's essentially going to be show pickup date and set show pickup date. Similarly for the show pickup time, show drop off date, as well as show drop off time. Also, let's try to import your use navigation from the correct hook. So once you press on your first item, that is your date from the pickup item, so I'm going to say on press. This in turn is going to take an object over here, and I'm going to say set show pickup date of true, and I'm going to say set show pickup time of false. Okay, because at a time only one should be open and the other should be closed. Suppose you press on date, only date should be open, and you press on time, only time should be open and the other one should be closed. Similarly for the next one, that is for the next touchable opacity, let's write in the on press. That is over here. Okay, here in this case I'm going to say set show pickup time to be of true, and I'm going to say set show pickup date to be of false. That's it. Let's come back to your drop off date, that is over here. Here essentially I'm going to say set show drop off date. So set show drop off date, it's going to be equals to true, and set show drop off time is going to be equals to false. That part is done. So next is going to be for your final part, drop off time. Let's try to add in that. Here I'm going to say set show drop off time is going to be true, and set show drop off date is going to be false. That's it. Let's try to format once. You can take a look at it from the starting part over here. Okay, so this part is done. Let's move on to the next part where we're going to show the cards section. So right below this view, I'm going to have in my another view. Here I'm going to say scroll view, import scroll view from React Native, having a view. This view in turn is going to have in the image. Let me get the link for the image. So I'm just going to paste in the link. I'll be sending all of the links I use in the description. You can take a look at it. Okay, save. There you go. That's looking good. So below that, we're going to have a text which says RBX subscription. Save. Okay. So now for the view, let's pass on the design. I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have, a width of 48, MR of 4, as well as rounded off XL. So for the scroll view, it needs to be horizontal because as you can see over here, we have 3 cards. So I'm going to say horizontal, show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false. Okay. And I'm going to say content container style. Here I'm going to say padding horizontal. So I'm going to say padding horizontal 16. Save. So this part is done. So let's try to access your class name over here. Initially text of center, font of semi bold, empty of 2, MB of 3. Just like that, the design is looking nice. Some spacing needs to be given. That is for the view. I'm going to say class name empty of 6. Okay, that's it. So I'm just going to paste in the 2 more cards within the same view or within the same scroll view containing a new image. So just let me, add in the scroll view just like this and then save. And there you go. Just like that, we have 2 more cards. So just 2 different images with a new text. I'll be sending all of the new images in the description. You can take a look at it. It'll be in the form of a drive link. Okay, this part is done. The next part is to show the promo banner image. That is going to be an image over here. So right below this view, I'm going to have in a view. This in turn is going to have 1 more view. So for the outermost view, I'm going to give the class name some spacing, empty of 6, and a px of 4. Here I'm going to say 1 more class name. It's going to have essentially bg of white, rounded of XL, some shadow of medium, overflow of hidden. Let's try to have in the image for this. Okay, so I'll also be sending this link as well in the description. You can take a look at it. And these are the styles for the image with the full height of 52. All right, so this part is done. So now the final step is to show all of the users' top picks. Okay, that's going to come right below your view. Having a view being initialized over here. I'm going to say view. Here I'm going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have a text which says users top picks. I'm going to say users top picks safe. As you can see, that's being shown on the screen. For the view, again, class name initially, let's say empty of 6. And over here, we're going to have a touchable opacity, which says view all. Let's pass on the class name for this. So class name, here we're going to have, flex of row, items of center, justify of between, px of 4, mb of 3. Format once and let's try to save. That's looking good. Let's pass on the class name for this. So class name initially, text of LG, font of bold. So for the view all text, I'm going to pass on the class name. This in turn is going to say text of SM, font of semi bold, text blue of 600. Okay, that's it. Let's try to initialize a scroll view again, and then let's try to show all of the cards over here. So I'm going to say scroll view. Here having a view, within that the image. Okay, just like this, and this in turn is going to have in the text which says Honda Activa 6G. Let's say class name over here. This in turn is going to say text of center, your font of semi bold, and empty of 2, MB of 3. Save. So I'm going to paste in all of the image cards that's containing about 3 cards. And again, for the scroll view, similar styling, horizontal, show horizontal scroll indicator, set it to be false over here, and content container style, I'm going to say padding horizontal of 16. So padding horizontal of 16. Reload the app, and boom, just like that, we should be able to see all of the users top picks. So this is just for the UI part. Okay, so we have 3 vehicles, Honda Activa 6G, Royal Enfield, Himalayan, as well as a TVS and Torque. Okay, so these are the styles as well as the component design for your home screen. This part is done. So now one final step remaining is, once you press on date, we need to open up a picker and we need to implement the calendar design that you saw in the demo part of the video. So let's try to implement that. That's going to be the next step. So once you press on date, we're going to show that, and once you press on time, we're going to show all of the time with a 30-minute duration, starting off from the current time to, let's say, 12 a.m. or 11 p.m. So first of all, let's try to implement the function for generating the time slots based on the selected dates. Okay, so let's come back over here, and here I'm going to say const pickup times is going to be equals to generate time slots of your pickup date. Okay, here I'm going to say const drop off times is going to be equals to generate time slots of your drop off date. Okay, let's define the function that is generate time slots, that is over here. I'm going to say const generate time slots is going to be equals to, this in turn is going to take in the selected date that would be selected by the user, initially of type string or null. Okay, here I'm going to say const time, that is going to be an array of strings, initially is going to be equals to an empty array. Let's make it as plural, so const times. All right, here I'm going to say const now is going to be equals to day.js. We need to install this. So let's come back over here. I'm going to say yarn add day.js. You can also use moment for this, even that would be fine. Okay, this part is done. Here I'm going to say day.js. So here onto the top, I'm going to say import day.js from day.js. Okay, so this part is done. So here, if at all no date is selected, or if at all your date is in the future, then we're going to start from 12 a.m. If at all date matches today, then we're going to start from that particular point of time. So that's going to be the two conditions we're going to work on. Here I'm going to say if not of your selected date or day.js of selected date dot is after now with respect to the day, then in this case no date is selected or your date is in the future. Okay, then here I'm going to say start is going to be equals to, let's define that, let's start. So start is going to be equals to your day.js dot start of day dot hour of 0 dot minute of 0 dot second of 0. All right, it's going to start from 12 a.m. Else if at all your day matches today, then let's say now the current time is 7:53, then the timings should show from 8, 8:30, 9 o'clock, okay, something like that. So in this case I'm going to say start is going to be equals to your day.js dot minute if it's greater than 30 question mark, then it's going to be equals to your day.js dot add. We're going to add 1 hour, so I'm going to say add 1 with respect to the hour, so add in the hours, and then dot minute dot second of 0. Okay, else if it's not greater than 30, then it's just going to be dot minute of 30 dot second of 0. So I'm going to say day.js dot minute of 30 dot second of 0. That's pretty much it. So these are the functionalities for implementing the start part. We also need the end as well. Here I'm going to say const end is going to be equals to day.js dot end of day dot hour of 23 dot minutes of 59. That's going to be the end part. Okay, so here I'm going to say while your start dot is before end, that's going to be a condition. I'm going to say your times access the empty array dot apply the push method. I'm going to say start dot format it into this value, that is har as well as a. Here I'm going to say your start is going to be equals to start dot add. We're going to increment time by 30 with respect to the minute, and here I'm just going to say return times. That's it. Okay, this part is done. So this is your entire code for the time generation part. So now let's actually try to design the model that we're going to use, which is going to come up once when you press on the date, pickup date or the drop off date. And for this again we're going to make use of some dependency that is known as React Native calendars. So I'm going to say yarn add React Native calendars and then enter. Okay, so let's say pod install over here. Okay, that's fine. So here let's try to import your model from React Native, and then let's define the model for opening up once when you press on the pickup. So right below your scroll view, we're going to define that. Here I'm going to say model, import that from React Native. So it's going to take in the visible prop. I'm going to say visible, that is going to be equals to show pickup date, and I'm going to say transparent is going to be equals to true, and I'm going to say animation type is going to be fade. Then I'm going to say on request close, then just say set the show pickup date to be false. So set show pickup date to be a false. So let's try to reload the app once and let's see why exactly it's flashing. So format over here, save. So I'm going to say yarn iOS, enter. Yeah, so let's continue designing the model. So within the model over here, I'm going to have in my view, this view in turn is going to have in another view, which in turn is going to have in your calendar. So calendar just like this. This calendar is going to take in the marked dates as well as the on day press. That is what exactly is going to happen. Before that, let's try to import calendar from React Native calendars just like this. Okay, import that piece of code, and over here let's try to implement your on day press. I'm going to say on day press. This in turn is going to take in the day. Okay, here I'm going to say set your pickup date to be of day dot date string, and I'm going to say set show pickup date to be a false. So set show pickup date to be a false. We're just trying to set it, and apart from that I'm going to say marked dates is going to be equals to your pickup date or empty string. The value is going to be equals to selected true, selected color. You can pass in your own color. So here I'm going to pass in FFD 700, and let's try to format once. Let's pass on the design for the view over here. I'm going to pass in some internal style itself. So style, flex of 1, justify of center, align items of center as well, so that it comes to the center part of the screen. So align item center, and here I'm going to say BG color. So background color is going to be equals to your RGBA, and here we're going to pass in the value 0, 0, 0, 0.2. Let's try to format once, and then let's try to save the file. Okay, you can just write a comment for this saying that this is your pickup model. I'm going to say pickup date model. The bottom one is going to be your drop off date model. So here I'm going to say drop off date model. Here have a new model, and again you can just make the changes. Just try to copy this down one more time, and let's try to add it over here. All right, so make the change. This is going to be set, not set, it's going to be show drop off date. That is with the visible prop. Show drop off date, transparent true. Again, animation type is going to be fade, and on request close. Set show drop off date to be close. All right, so the style is going to remain as is for this one. And here for the on day press, take in the day, we're going to say set drop off date. We're going to set the state for this to be of day dot date string, and set show drop off date. So set show drop off date to be of false. Here let's make the change for the values. I'm going to say drop off date, or for the value is going to be equal to selected true, selected color, it's going to be this one. Okay, let's try to save the file. Let's actually try to give this a try. Let's press on date over here, and boom, just like that, it is working properly fine. I think some issue with your spacing because it is not spaced out as we saw in the demo part of the video. So let's try to space that out by giving the style for the view. Here, come back to the view, class name. So I'm going to say class name over here, BG white, rounded XL, padding of 4, width of 11 by 12. Save, and boom, just like that, it's looking pretty clean. So just copy down that, and then come back to your second view and then paste it. Save. So let's say you choose in 5th of September, that's tomorrow, and there you go, that is working absolutely fine. Similarly for this one, I'm going to choose 17th of September. Okay, so there's some issue with respect to the states. Let's fix that. So I think after pickup date, here it's pickup time. So here it should be essentially, yeah, this is correct. Okay, even this is correct. Drop off date is correct, and here drop off time is okay. I think here we are setting the state wrong. Yeah, so as you can see, so set drop off date. Let's try to give this a try. Okay, so date or date string. Okay, I think I messed up over here. So the state is going to be set drop off date. This is the one. Copy that and make the change over here. Save. Now let's give this a try. 18th, and there you go. That's working absolutely fine. So this part is done. So if I reload now and try this out one more time, date, let's choose 5th, and this I'm going to choose 6th. Yeah, that's working fine. This part is done. So anyhow, we already have your generate time slots. We just need to show that in a model format. So we need to again generate two models for the pickup time model as well as drop off time model. Let's design that over here. Scroll down. That's going to be after this one. That's for the third model. Here again we're going to have in a view, which in turn we're going to have in one more view and a flat list. Import that from React Native. This in turn is going to take in your data. So here I'm going to say pickup times. All right, and it's going to take in your key extractor. So for every item, I'm just going to say item over here, and it's going to have in your render item method, which in turn is going to destructure the item within. And here I'm going to render a touchable opacity. So here I'm going to say touchable opacity. Let's have in a text over here, and I'm going to pass in the item. Let's pass on the class name over here for the touchable opacity, px of 4, py of 3, border b, as well as border gray of 100. Okay, class name for this, I'm going to have it a text of base. Okay, so it's currently showing it on the screen. Let's make that proper over here because we need to write the condition. So I'm going to say visible. It's going to be equals to show pickup time. As you can see, now it automatically went off because not show drop of time, show pickup time. Even this should work as is because the value is set to false. Transparent is going to be true. Okay, then animation type again set it to be fade. On request close, taken a function. Here I'm going to say set show pickup time. So here set show pickup time is going to be false. This part is done. Format once. Let's try to save the file, and let's actually try to give this a try. I'm going to press on the first time, and there you go. Something is visible onto the screen. Let's make this look better because as of now the design is pretty bad. Okay, so let's come back to your style over here. I'm going to say some internal styling, style, give it a flex of 1. Apart from that, I'm going to say justify content of center and align items of center. And let's provide in a BG color. Background color is going to be your RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0.2. Save. That's looking good. So here we need to provide in a max height such that it doesn't overflow as it's overflowing now. So class name, we also need to give it a BG white because currently it's not looking good. Rounded XL. Then I'm going to give it some internal spacing, padding of 4, width of 11 by 12. Then a max height of 80 such that it doesn't go over that given value. So max h 80. Save. And there you go. Just like that, this is looking pretty good. So let's say if you press on any one of them, we need to set the state. Let's do that. So the design for the touchable opacity is given. We need to just initialize the on press and set the state. So let's say on press, take in a function. Here I'm going to say set pickup time. So set pickup time of your item, and I'm going to say set show pickup time. So set show pickup time of false. Save the file. Let's say I'm going to choose 6 p.m. and boom, just like that, we are able to show that particular value onto the input field, which is good. Let's try to save the file. Let's try to implement this one more time. That is for your drop off time model. So here I'm going to say pickup time model. And below this, I'm going to say new one, that is drop off time model. So drop off time model. Just try to initialize this and then make the changes with respect to the states. So come back over here. So here for the second one, it's going to be your show drop off time. That's going to be the visibility value. So show drop off time, and transparent is going to be true. Animation type is going to be fade as is. On request close, again it's going to remain similar. Your style is going to remain similar itself. For the data, it's going to be different. That is drop off times. So here I'm going to say drop off times. So key extractor, same thing. And the design for the touchable opacity as well as the text is going to remain same. We just need to change the on press part. So here I'm going to say set drop off time to be of the item, and below that I'm going to say set show drop off time to be true, not date, time. I mean not true, my bad, false. So format over here, and then let's try to save. Let's try to give this one more try. So time over here, I'm going to choose in 12:30. Okay, so there is some issue with this. Set drop off time. Let's check that out. Yeah, so that is actually the spelling. Let's check out the value, why it's not being displayed. This is drop off time. Let's remove that once. Yeah, that's the one, but this is the correct name, drop off time. And here we are saying set drop off time. Set drop off time to be of the item. Alright, that's weird. Okay, wrong spelling, my bad. Save. Let's choose 1 AM. Okay, that's weird. For some reason, I'm not sure why we're not able to select that. Oh, that's weird, because if I change over here, it is changing actually in the previous state. That is over here. That, okay. Okay, my bad. I think I found the issue. So here, essentially, we need to have an set show drop off time. That's correct. As you can see, even this is working fine. Okay. So the issue was with this one, we were actually setting the wrong state. So fix that up, and pretty much we are done with the screen. Okay. So the screen is completely done. We're able to choose the correct dates, and that is what is most important in this particular screen. So now next we can actually move on to the next one, that is your subscription screen. That's going to look something like this. So this is mostly related to your UI part itself. So let's quickly design the subscription screen, and then after that we can try to initialize a backend project, that is using MongoDB. So here let's say const your duration comma set duration is going to be equals to use state. Let's say initially 3, and for this we need to install the React Native community slider. So here I'm going to say yarn add at React Native community slider, and we can try to install this. Let's do a pod install over here. So as you can see, it is installing the React Native slider. Let's try to reload the app once. Enter. Let's try to save this file. So let's start off designing the header part. We have the header, images, and 2 input fields as well as the duration. So here I'm going to have in my safe area view. So I'm going to say safe area view. Within this, I'm going to have in my header section. So having a view for that. This in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have in the image. I'm going to get the link for the image. So you can try to, paste in the image over here. Let's try to import image from React Native. And for the upper view, I'm going to say class name. And below the image, you're going to have that text which says monthly rental subscriptions. So here I'm going to have in text, which is going to say monthly rental subscription. Okay, this part is done. Let's pass on the class name for this. So I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a text of XS. So text XS over here. Furthermore, font of semi bold. And for this, the class name is already given for the image, width of 24 as well as a height of 10. Here I'm going to say class name. So here, as you can see, we need to show it inside of a row fashion. So for that, I'm going to say flex of row. as well as items of center, and then justify of between. So I'm going to say justify between, which is looking good. So for the safe area view, again flex of fun as well as a bg of white. Let's pass on the class name over here. That is going to be equals to padding of 4. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. Okay, this part is done. The next part is the banner section. So I'll be getting the link for the image. So the app is almost built. Let's check out the subscription page. So there you go. That's looking fine. So below this, I'm going to paste in the banner part. You can take a look at it. I'll be sending all of the image links I use in this project in the description. You can take a look at it as well. So save. There you go. That's looking good. If you want to change the image, you can change that as well. So this part is done. The next step is for the subscription form. Here having a view, which in turn is going to take in a text which says start your subscription now. And for the view, I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to say padding of 4 as well as a flex of 1. Save. That's looking fine. So class name for this, I'm going to have in, let's say, text of LG, font of bold, text of center, as well as MB of 4. Okay, that's looking good. Below that, we are going to we're going to show the start date as well as the timing part. So right below your text design, here I'm going to have in a view. This in turn is going to have in your touchable opacity. We're going to have your calendar icon. So for this, we're going to make use of something known as Lucid React Native. Let's install that. Yarn add Lucid React Native as well as React Native SVG, because this is dependent on this package. So React Native SVG to enter. Your calendar, the size is going to be 18. Okay, so we need to do a pod install over here for the SVG package. So apart from size 18, I'm going to say color of gray. Below that, we're going to have in a text which says select date. So I'm going to say text. Here I'm going to say select date. Let's try to rebuild the application. Yarn iOS. So I'm going to import both of them over here. That is calendar as well as clock. Save the file. So essentially the next one is going to be for the clock. Okay, so for your touchable opacity, I'm going to pass in the class name. That's going to be equals to flex of 1 and then flex of row, items of center. I'm going to say border gray of 300. Rounded is going to be LG, px of 3, py of 3 as well. So the similar styling for the second touchable opacity. So try to initialize that one more time. And instead of select date, it's going to be equals to select time. Okay, and it's going to have in the clock icon instead of the calendar icon. So clock over here, text is going to say select time. This is going to say select date. Save. This in turn is going to have a text of LG, font of bold, text of center, MB of 6. So yes, that's pretty much it. And for the view, we have already given padding of 4 as well as a flex of 1. Save. Let's actually wait for the app to load, and the final part is for your duration as well as your bottom navigation. I think we can skip that design. That is all of these that are not required. So yeah, let's wait for the app to load onto the screen. Okay, so the app has been loaded, but over here I think I've made a mistake. So this style should actually come to the text and not to the view. So that's the reason it's kind of messed up. So copy that down and then let's try to add it for the text. And for your text over here, I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have a flex of row. Okay, and let's say gap of 2 MB of 6. And for each touchable opacity, we've already given flex row, but not sure why exactly it's looking kind of weird. Save. Okay, because of the margin bottom, sorry. So for the text, you can give ML of 2. Let's remove text LG. And even over here, ML of 2. Yeah, that's fine now. So below that, you're gonna have in your duration, right below your view. I'm gonna say text. I'm gonna say duration over here. So initially class name. I'm gonna say text base, font of semi bold, MB of 3. Then I'm gonna have in my another view. This view in turn is gonna have in a text. Here I'm gonna check the condition, that is if at all my duration, after duration we need to show in the condition. So duration is equals to 1 month, else months. That's for the singular as well as the plural or differentiation. Save. So for the view, I'm going to pass in the class name. This in turn is going to have a border as well as border gray of 300. Rounded is going to be LG, padding of 4, margin bottom of 6. Save. Okay, here let's try to initialize the slider. Below your text over here, I'm going to say slider. This in turn is going to have in the style. I'm going to say width is going to be full 100%, height of 40. Let's actually import this as well from React Native community slider, just like that. And apart from the style, I'm going to say minimum value is going to be 1. Maximum value is going to be equals to 12. Step is going to be equals to 1. Value is going to be equal to duration, that is 3 by default. That's what is the state given. Furthermore, I'm going to say minimum track tint color. It's going to be this one, that is FACC and then 15. Then I'm going to say thumb tint color. So thumb tint color is going to be equals to again not this one, D1, D5, DB. Apart from that, I'm going to say on value change, set the state, that is set duration. So on value change, take in the value, whatever that is, and here I'm going to say set your duration to be of your value. Okay, this part is done. So the next is going to be for the search button. That's simple. Here I'm going to say touchable opacity, having a text field over here, and search. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. And based on that, it keeps on increasing. So for your touchable opacity, class name initially, so class name BG yellow of 400, PY of 3, rounded LG, item center. For the text, class name, font bold, text black, text LG. Save. Alright, so this part is done. So this is basically related to the UI part and this is completed. Let's head back to the backend part and let's try to initialize the backend initially. So I'm going to say bike rental backend. So gem file, new folder, bike rental backend. So let's come back to that particular folder, cd bike rental backend. Here initially I'm gonna initialize my package.json. I'm gonna say npm init. For this I'm gonna say backend. Apart from that, for other things I'm just gonna press on enter. So you should be seeing the package.json file getting created over here within your Pike rental backend. Here, let's try to install and initialize some dependencies that are going to be used in the backend part. So I'm going to say yarn add your Axios, course, nodemon, mongoose.env, your JSON web token, express, enter. So all of these dependencies should be installed within the dependencies object over here, just like this. Okay, 6 are there. Yeah, even over here 6 is present, so which is good. So let's write the start script over here. I'm going to say start nodemon index.js. Save the file. So let's, first of all come back to the index.js, or before that let's configure our project. I'm going to create a new file, index.js, not ks, rename. Let's come back to Chrome over here, search for MongoDB and then sign in. Let's sign up with Google. So once you sign in, it is gonna bring you to this particular home page or the starting page. So here, so towards the left hand side, it's going to show the recently opened project. I'm going to press on that, scroll down, press on the new project button. I'm going to say rental, just like this. So you can probably give any project name you want to give. I'm going to press on next, and as you can see, I myself am the project owner. Press on create a project. So it's going to take in some time. Alright, so now we need to create a cluster for the project. Press on create a cluster and make sure you are on your free version, which provides about 512 MB storage. And apart from that, leave these details as default and then press on create a deployment. Okay, so as you can see, let's try to create our database user as well as the password, and let's say create database user. I'm going to press on choose a connection method. So we're going to choose the third option, that is MongoDB for VS Code. So once the cluster is provisioned, we should be able to see the link over here. So while that happens, let's actually disconnect for now. Here, I'm going to get in few things. Express is going to be equals to require of express. Furthermore, const mongoose is going to be equals to require of mongoose. Okay. And I'm going to say const.env is going to be equals to require of .env. Furthermore, your course, so const course is going to be equals to require of course, and const okay, before that let's try to configure the .env. I'm going to say .env.config so that we could use that. Then I'm going to initiate the instance for the app, so const app is going to be equals to express, and I'm going to say app.use of course. All right, and here I'm going to say app.use express.json. Okay, here let's try to connect to MongoDB with the help of the mongoose.connect method. I'm going to say mongoose.apply the connect method. This in turn is going to give you the URI. First of all, let's have in the .env file at the root level of the backend folder. I'm going to say new file env, choose a port 3000, your mongo underscore URI is going to be equals to some value. Then we're going to make use of your OTP authentication. So for that we need the two-factor API key. So I'm going to say two-factor underscore API underscore key is going to be equals to some value that we would get it from the two-factor website, then your GWT secret. These are the three values that are going to be present within your env file. Let's come back to Chrome. So the value should be present. Copy down that URI, come back over here, paste it, and as you can see, the password and username is already written, which is good. So let's try to save. Come back to index.js. Here let's try to make use of the URL with the help of process.env.mongo URI. I'm going to say process.env.your mongo URI. Make sure that spelling is right, whatever you have given in the env file. Apart from that, apply the .then method over here. Okay, here I'm just going to say console.log MongoDB connected, and we're going to catch the error as well. .catch of error, I'm going to say console.error MongoDB connection error with that particular error message, right? That's it. Let's try to format once, and then let's try to save the file. And finally, we can make use of the listen method at the bottommost part. So I'm going to say const your port is going to be equals to your process.env dot your port or hard coded 3000. I'm going to say app.listen onto the port, which in turn is going to take in a function over here. I'm going to say console.log server. Let's make use of backtext, or we can directly hard code it for now. Server running on port $port. Directly hard coded 3000. Save the file. Let's try to give this a try. So in the backend folder, make sure you're in that particular folder. I'm going to say yarn start, enter, and there you go. Server running on port 3000, and it is also fetching all of the variables from env, and it says MongoDB is connected. So we have successfully connected the MongoDB backend project to the front-end application of ours. So now let's try to initialize the models that we're going to use in this particular application. So press on the root level, or be at the root level, new folder, models. I'm going to say booking.js. So we're going to have three models: bookings, users, as well as the vehicle model. So booking is done, user.js. Furthermore, your next one, that's going to be your vehicle.js. So vehicle.js. Let's start off from the user. That's pretty simple. So here let's try to say const mongoose is going to be equals to require of mongoose. Furthermore, I'm going to say const user schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot schema, and here I'm going to have in a phone that's going to be of type string, and required is going to be true because the user is going to log in with this, and even unique also is going to be true. Furthermore, your first name, this is going to be a type of string, so let's pass on type of string over here, as well as your last name. This is an optional value, so type of string. So even all of these are optional values. That is just for logging in, we need the phone of the user, and the OTP would go to that particular phone, and once they log in, they can come back to the profile, and then they can update their first name as well as last name. So all of these are optional fields for now. Email, again, type of string, and here I'm going to say unique is going to be equals to true. Let's try to format once, and then let's try to export this particular model. I'm going to say module dot exports is going to be equals to your mongoose dot model of the user over here, and I'm going to pass in the user schema. Save the file. This part is done. Let's move on to the next one, that is the vehicle.js. Over here, again, try to import mongoose. I'm going to say const mongoose is going to be equals to require of mongoose, and const vehicle schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot schema. Name is going to be string. Okay, not a semicolon, comma. Next is going to be your number. Type is going to be string. Unique is going to be equals to true. All right, image string. Furthermore, location, here I'm going to say array of strings. Next, I'm going to have in the type, that is also going to be of type string. I'm going to say price per day of the vehicle, so price per day. String again, I'm going to say included kilometer, not over there. This is going to be a number. Okay, my bad, even this is going to be a number, sorry. So number number over here. Apart from that, I'm going to say total price for 20 days. So total price for not 20 days, 2 days. So here I'm going to say number, then it's going to be included kilometer for 2 days, included kilometer for 2 days, that is going to be of again number. Next, all of the bookings for that particular vehicle. So bookings, it's going to be an array of bookings, which in turn is going to have in the start date of the booking of type date. Let's write that properly, date, and then your end date. Here I'm going to say date again. I'm going to say location, that is going to be string. Okay, that's it. Here I'm going to say module dot exports is going to be equals to mongoose dot model. That's going to be vehicle, and pass in the date, that is going to be a vehicle schema. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save the file. And over here, let's come back to the final part, that is going to be your bookings.js. Okay, so const mongoose is going to be equals to require of mongoose. All right, let's try to initialize the booking schema. I'm going to say const booking schema is going to be equals to new mongoose dot your schema, and over here I'm going to have in the user ID, that is a person who has booked it. So this type is going to be equals to a mongoose dot schema dot object ID. Mongoose dot schema dot types dot object ID. Okay, so your reference is going to be to the user, so add in that over here, and your required is going to be true. Similarly, the next one is going to be the vehicle ID. This also is going to have a reference, so vehicle ID. So your type is going to be equals to mongoose dot schema dot types dot your object ID. Reference is going to be to your vehicle, so vehicle over here. And furthermore, I'm going to say required is going to be true. That's it. Then the start date of the booking when it is done, so start date, type is going to be of date, required is going to be of true. End date of the booking, I'm going to say type is going to be of date, required is going to be of true. And similarly, start time as well as end time, all of this is also required. This is going to be type of string, and your required is going to be true. Then your end time, I'm going to say type of string, and your required is going to be true. Furthermore, your location, I'm going to say location over here, type is going to be string, required is going to be true. Apart from that, your total price of the booking done, so total price, type is going to be number, required is going to be true, so required true. Next is going to be for your status. I'm going to say status over here, type is going to be string, default is going to be pending, and created at, that is important, so created at. Here I'm going to say type is going to be date, and your default is going to be date.now. Date.now. That's it. So these are all the required things for the booking schema. You can take a look at it once again. Okay. So here let's try to say module.exports is going to be equal to a mongoose dot model of your name, that is going to be booking. Here I'm going to say booking schema. All right, this is done. Let's try to save the file. So all of these three things are done. So now let's try to import it within the index.js over here. We actually write the endpoints. As of now, it's not required. We can switch to the next part, that is try to design the authentication part. Okay, so that's going to be this screen. This is going to be the screen for logging in, as well as your sign up based on whatever option you choose over here. Okay, so let's come back to the root navigator, and we're going to make it as false, that is authenticated. If you would remember, it is set to true by default. I'm going to say false, save, and there automatically we are showing the auth stack navigator over here. Let's try to design this. So here we're going to have in two screens, phone number screen as well as the OTP screen. So let's create two screens folder. I'm going to say phone number screen.tsx rnfes to get the Sujan code snippet. Next one is your OTP screen, so OTP screen.tsx rnfes, and then let's try to save. This part is done. Let's come back to auth stack navigator. Let's first of all lazy load the screens. Okay, so here I'm going to lazy load the OTP screen. So const OTP screen is going to be equals to import lazy from React, and over here I'm going to say import from the screens folder OTP screen. Here let's try to initialize the stack. I'm going to say const stack is going to be equals to create native stack navigator, import that from the correct package. Alright, so here we're going to make use of the suspense. Okay, so within the return block I'm going to say suspense, and we need to pass in the fallback, that is going to be null. Within the suspense, try to initialize your stack.navigator. Within that, you're going to have all of the stack.screens. So stack.screen, the first one is going to be routes.phone number. Import routes dot your phone number. Component to render for this is going to be phone number screen. Phone number screen, this one. And pretty much the second screen, that's going to be your OTP screen. Let's say name is going to be OTP. I'm not sure if the routes already has the OTP screen, so I'm just manually writing it for now. Component to render is going to be equals to your OTP screen. Import OTP screen. Yeah, it's already present over here, so just try to access. We've already made use of the lazy method. So that's it. And for the stack navigator, again, we do not want to show the headers, so I'm going to say screen options equals I'm going to say header shown is going to be set to false. Let's give a format once, and then let's try to save the file, and boom, just like that, it is currently showing the phone number screen, as you can see over here. So let's start designing the phone number screen. So this is essentially your phone number screen, and once we get the OTP, we navigate to the OTP screen where we enter the 6-digit OTP. After that is done, we're going to automatically create the user in the backend as well as navigate the user to the main tabs. So here first of all, let's try to initialize the navigation param list. So onto the top, I'm going to define these two things. So here I'm going to say a type root stack param list is going to be equals to an object containing your phone number initially undefined, then your OTP. This in turn is going to have a session ID of string and the phone number as well of string, as well as is login a boolean value. Okay, then next we have is your profile completion. Actually, we're not going to use this here itself because the user can come back to the menu screen, then enter their details for the profile. So phone string, then home is going to be undefined. So that's it. Here let's say type your phone number screen navigation prop. So phone number screen navigation prop is going to be equals to native stack navigation props, which in turn is going to take in your root stack param list, and this is going to be for the phone number over here. Okay, so just like this, let's try to format once. So this is going to be actually native stack navigation props, Yeah, this is the one. Let's copy this. That's the correct spelling. Let's format once. That's the correct value. And here we're gonna define the state for the phone number. I'm gonna say const phone number comma set phone number is gonna be equals to use state, and initially let's say of type string. Then we're gonna have a navigation being set up, so const navigation is gonna be equals to use navigation of your phone number screen navigation prop. Alright, then we're gonna have in your send OTP function that's gonna come from the use auth. We need to define that. First, let's look into the design. If at all there is any error, implement that over here for the state. So const error comma set error is going to be equals to use state, and let's say it is going to be initially string or null. So string or null. Okay, this part is done. Then I'm going to say const is login comma set is login is going to be equals to use state of a boolean, and initially it will be set to true. Okay, this part is done. So let's actually look into the return block. So it's going to look something like this. As we saw, instead of this you can actually have a good bike image or something like that, which looks better onto the screen. So instead of the view, I'm going to have in my safe area view, import safe area view from React Native, and over here let's pass in the class name that is going to be flex of 1 bg of white. Save the file. Okay, then the next one is going to be for the header image. So here I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to have image, import image from React Native. This in turn is going to have in the source, which in turn is going to have in the URI. So let me just get an image from, let's say, pixels or something. So here I'm just going to search for pixels. You can just search for a bike ride or something like that, and you can get a good image. Or bike ride group maybe. Something like this. Copy image link. Let's see if it actually works. Copy the image address, and then let's try to use this one. I'm going to just paste it over there, and let's pass on the class name for this so that we could see it onto the screen. Class name, width of full, and then height of, let's say, 64. Object of cover, safe. Okay, so it's not looking that good, but you can add in any kind of image you want to add. So that's it, and below the image we're gonna have in some designs, or you can skip that for now because we do have the image, but it is not looking that good. Let's say bike ride images, or bike rental maybe. Okay, so let's skip this for now because I'm not getting the correct image. We can skip that, and then we can look into the content part, that is from here. So let's come back to this view. I'm going to have a view for this, which in turn is going to have a text which says mobility for everyone. So mobility for everyone. Okay, that part is done. Let's pass in the class name, flex of 1, justify of center, items of center, padding x of 6. Okay, here let's pass on the class name. Here I'm gonna have in, let's say, text gray of 500, text of XL, font of semi bold, margin bottom of 8, as well as a text of center. Safe. Okay, yeah, that's looking good. So if at all is login is true, it's going to be login, else it's going to be equals to sign up. Okay, so yeah, let's make that change, and that's going to happen right below the text over here. So text, I'm going to say is login, then login over here, else I'm going to say sign up. So sign up, save the file. Okay, that's going to show login, which is okay. Here I'm going to say class name for this. We're going to have in text gray of 700, then a text of LG, font of medium, MB of 6, as well as a text of center. Alright, that's looking good. So the next one is gonna come for the phone input design. So right below your text over here, having a view. This in turn is gonna have one more view, which in turn is gonna have my image over here, take in the source, which in turn is gonna take in your URI. I'm gonna get the link for the URI. You can take a look at it. Okay. So apart from that, we're gonna have a text which says +91. And that's hard coded. Here I'm going to have in a text input. So text input, initially let's pass in the class name. I'm going to say flex of 1, text of LG. Apart from that, placeholder which says enter your phone number. Then you're going to have your keyboard type, that is going to be equals to phone pad, format, and then value phone number. Set value is going to be set phone number. So value is going to be phone number, and for set value is going to be on change text. Okay, this is going to say set phone number over here. This part is done. Save. All right, so for the view we need to give the style. It's not looking good, so we forgot that. Class name, I'm going to say width of full as well as MB of 6. That's looking okay. And for this class name, it needs to come into a row fashion. So flex row, items of center, it's going to have a border and a border gray of, let's say, 300 over here. And I'm going to say rounded of XL, some internal spacing padding of 3, BG of white. Okay, that's looking fine. And for the text, it's going to be text gray. So class name, I'm going to say text gray of 500, MR of 2, and save the file. Okay, so that's looking fine. After +91, we're going to have that or symbol. Save. Okay, this part is done. The next button is for the OTP, and if there is any error below this, then just show that error. So here I'm going to say error and a text to show that particular error. Okay, having a class name, it's going to say text red of 500. Save. This part is done. Then your touchable opacity, so I'm going to say touchable opacity. Within that, I'm going to have in a text which is going to say get OTP. Okay, that's looking fine. For your class name for this, I'm going to say width of full, BG yellow of 400, PY of 4, and then I'm going to say rounded of XL and a margin bottom of 4. Okay, for the text, let's centrally align it so that it looks better. So class name, I'm going to say text of black, text of center, font of semi bold, text of LG. As you can see, that is looking good. So next is just a UI design, that is for the updates checkbox. That's going to come right below your touchable opacity. So I'm going to say view. This in turn is going to have a touchable opacity, which in turn is going to have a self-enclosing view. I'm going to say class name, width of 5, height of 5. It's going to have a border as well as a border gray of 400. Then it's going to have a rounded of SM. Okay, for the touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name, MR of 2. For the outermost view, I'm going to say class name, flex of row, item center, MB of 6. Save. Okay, And apart from that, we're going to have in a text which is going to say get updates on WhatsApp or text. So get updates on calls, not text, calls or WhatsApp. So let's pass in the class name over here. I'm going to say, text gray of 600 as well as a text of SM. As you can see, that's looking neat. This part is done. Next, we're going to have the toggle for the login or sign up. So below the view, having a touchable opacity. So I'm going to say touchable opacity, taking a text, and here I'm going to check if is login is true. I'm going to say need to sign up, then click here. Else I'm going to say already have an account, then login. So that's it. Let's save the file. So since it is set to login, it says need to sign up and then click here. That's it. So for this, we're going to have in the class name that is going to be text blue of, let's say, 500 and a text of SM. That's looking nice. And for the touchable opacity, set the on press. So just set the flag to false. So I'm going to say set is login to be off. Opposite of is login. If it's true, make it false. If it's false, make it true. Save. So once you press on over here, automatically it changes over here. Just like that. Okay. This part is done. Next is for the terms and conditions. That's the final part of the design. So let's have in a text over here. This in turn is going to say by clicking through, I agree with terms and conditions and privacy policy. Alright, so pass on the class name for this. Again, similar styling, text blue of, let's say, 500, text of SM, a text of center, empty of 4. That's pretty much it. You can change the design if at all you do not like it. That is especially with the image. For now, I've just added a random image. And this design is looking cool itself. So that's done. So now the next step is, let's actually try to design the OTP screen. Okay, because once we implement the backend part, automatically we should be navigating to the OTP screen where we are going to show that 6-digit OTP. So let's say come back over here and let's run the OTP screen. So in the root navigator, I'm going to make the change so that we could see it onto the screen. Not in the root navigator, my bad. Auth stack navigator. Let's make this screen as the first one. Save. Reload the app. You should be seeing that screen onto the page. Okay, that's looking good. Let's come back over here. So here again, let's try to define the interface user as well as the navigation param list. Here I'm going to say interface user, that's going to contain the first name, string, then email, string as well. Next is your phone, string, ID is going to be string. Alright, this part is done. Then we can define your navigation param list. So I'm just going to add it over here. You can take a look at it. So let's try to import the root prop from React Navigation, just like this. Okay. Next, you can define the auth context once we define that. Now here, let's try to initialize the state for the OTP. I'm going to say const OTP comma set OTP is going to be equals to your use state. It's going to be array of strings because of 6 characters. And initially each of them is going to be an empty string, and as and when the user fills the OTP, we're going to populate it. So it's going to be a 6-digit, so 6 empty strings. So yeah, 4 is done and 6, right? Here let's initialize the route. Const route is going to be equals to use route of the OTP screen route prop. just like this. Okay, next, apart from this, let's initialize the navigation. So const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Here getting two things, that is session ID as well as the params, not the params, phone, that is going to come from the phone screen. So root.params. That's it. So here let's look into the design of the return block. I haven't added the design over here. Okay, it's basically going to have 6 boxes. So for the view, here within the text I'm going to say enter OTP. Pass on the class name for this, text of 2XL, then a font of bold, as well as text gray of 800, margin bottom of 2. Okay, so some issue with the screens, let's look into that. Reload. Cannot read property session ID of undefined. Okay, yeah, let's try to comment that down because we have no params as of now. As you can see, we're able to see that design. So let's come back to OTP screen, and over here for the view, class name flex of 1, a BG white, some internal spacing, padding of 6, items of center, justify of center as well. Okay, that's looking good. So below the text, I'm gonna have one more text. We're gonna say we have sent your OTP, or we have sent an OTP on your phone number. So we have sent you an OTP on your phone number. Here I'm gonna have in a view safe. For that we're gonna have text gray of 500. So class name text gray 500 as well as a MB of 8. That's looking fine. Within the view, I'm gonna say OTP.map for every digit as well as the index. Here I'm gonna have in a text input. Okay, so key is gonna be index. Then we're gonna have the reference to this. I think I haven't created the reference over here. Alright, and import useref from your React. So on the initial render, I'm just going to focus the first input. So for that, initialize a use effect over here. Okay, on the initial mount, I'm just going to say input refs dot current of 0 of the 0th element dot just say focus method. It is going to get focused. Okay, so let's come back to your text input and then write the property for the ref over here. I'm going to say ref. This in turn is going to take in the reference. Here we are going to say input refs dot current of index is going to be equals to ref. Okay, then I'm going to say class name. It's basically going to have a border gray of 400. Okay, then rounded is going to be XL, some PX of 4 as well as a padding Y of 3, text of LG, text of center, width of 12. Invalid hook call. Okay, so this should come within the component, my bad. Reload. As you can see, that's looking fine, and automatically the first input is getting focused because of the use effect. So let's style this out for the class name of the view. So class name flex of row, justify of between, width of 2 by 3, MB of 6, a gap of 1. Okay, so apart from that, let's pass on the maximum length, that is going to be equals to 1 for each box, and value is going to be equals to your digit. On change text, so on change text over here, take in your value. So I'm going to say value over here, and here I'm going to say handle change of the value as well as index. So handle change of your value comma index, and here I'm going to say on key press, taking that event, and I'm going to say handle key press of your event as well as your index, and autofocus index is going to be equals to 0. We need to define two things: handle key change, not handle key change, handle key press as well as handle change. So let's write that over here. I'm going to say const handle change is going to be equals to, it's going to take in the value of string as well as index of a number. Here I'm going to make use of the regular expression. So I'm going to check if my regular expression dot test of value, or if at all my value is going to be equals to an empty string. I'm going to say const new OTP is going to be equals to include whatever is there within the OTP. Okay, your new OTP of your index is going to be equals to the value. Just set that state as well as I'm going to say set OTP to be of the new OTP. Let's update the OTP as and when they enter each value. Here I'm going to write the condition that is just below this. If my value and index is less than 5, then that means we have dot current of your index plus 1 dot focus. Else if I'm going to say not of value and your index is greater than 0, here I'm going to say input refs dot current of index minus 1 dot focus. Okay, so yeah, this part is done, and next step is for the handle key press. So we're going to first of all check if at all the native event dot keys equals to backspace and not of your OTP index is greater than 0. I mean and the index is greater than 0. Then we're going to focus the correct input box. So here I'm going to say const handle key press is going to be equals to, it's going to take in the event as well as the index. So here I'm going to check if at all my e dot native event dot key is equals to a backspace and not of OTP of index, and if at all your index is greater than 0, then I'm going to say input refs dot current of your index minus 1 dot focus. So that gets focused. Okay, let's try to save the file. For some reason it's not coming in a row fashion. Let's reload one more time, and there you go, that's it. Okay, so this is a simple clear screen for the OTP, and below the view, if there's any error, just try to show the errors. I'm going to say error. I don't think I've initialized the state for the error. Let's check that. Yeah, I don't think it's present. Yeah, let's do that over here. Const error comma set error is going to be equals to your use state string or null, and initially is going to be null. Okay, let's come back over here. I'm going to say errors and let's have a text over here. This text in turn is going to have or show the error over here. Pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say text red of 500. Okay, save the file. Below the text I'm going to have a touchable opacity. Import that from React Native. Have one more text which is going to say verify over here. Verify. Pass on the class name to this. I'm going to say bg green of 600 as well as a py of 4, padding x of 8, rounded is going to be xl, items of center, width of 2/3. There you go, that's looking neat. And for the class name, let's pass on the text of white. Furthermore, your text of LG, font of semi-bold. Alright, that's pretty much it. Let's come back to the previous state within the root navigator over here. Not this, auth stack navigator. Save and then reload. Okay, so now let's come back to your backend part. Initialize the routes over here for sending an OTP as well as verifying an OTP. So we're going to make use of a provider that is known as two-factor. You can head over to Chrome. I've already opened that over here. You can just search for two-factor. Okay, so we're going to use this one, that is two-factor.in. So you would be getting around, I guess, 200 credits of free trial. So that is completely useful for building this application. Okay, so the thing is, the OTP would come to your call. That is not to your SMS. I mean, they would send you a call, and once you pick up the call, you would be given the OTP. Okay, so let's come back over here and make sure you create an account. I've created my account. Once you create an account, and make sure you create a password. After all, I think they would actually give a own password. That is, once you create your account, it would be sent to your mail or to your phone number. You can use that. And once you create an account, just go back to the main page. I'm not currently showing because my phone number is visible, and you can actually check out a tab known as account summary. Once you go to account summary, they would give you a API key. You can copy that down, and we'll be using that in the front end part. I mean, in the backend part basically. So let's come back over here. So you can paste in your API key over here in the .env file at this particular point, and I'm going to create a routes folder at the root level. I'm going to say routes over here, and here we're going to have in the first one, that's going to be auth.js. Here I'm going to have an express being imported. So const express is going to be equals to your require of express. Const axios is going to be equals to require of axios. Const gwt is going to be equals to require of JSON web token, and const user is going to be equals to require, go into your models and then access your user model over here. Then const router is going to be equals to express.router. Okay, here let's try to define an endpoint for creating OTP. I mean, not creating, sending an OTP to the user. For that, I'm going to say router dot apply the post method. It's going to be / send OTP. It's going to have async method with the request and the response in the callback. I'm going to say const phone is going to be equals to your request.body. Here I'm going to check the condition. If not of phone, then directly try to return result.status of 400.json with a error being, let's say phone number is required. So phone number required. This part is done. Here let's try to have in your try catch block. So try catch of errors. Here I'm just going to say, let's write that properly. So result dot status of 500.json of error, which says server error, within your try block over here. So here let me just get the response over here. I'm just going to paste it. You can take a look at it. So it's going to be equals to your axios.get method, and that is going to be the URL, that is process.env.two-factor API key / SMS phone and then autogen. Okay, so here we're going to check the response value after this is implemented. I'm going to say if my response.data your status is not equals to success, then in this case I'm going to say return result.status of 500.json with a error being failed to send OTP. Okay, and if all it has worked out correctly, then I'm going to say result.json. It's going to send the session ID. So session ID, that's going to be equals to response.data.details. So that's the endpoint for sending an OTP to the user's phone. So the OTP would be sent in the call format. So you can enter the OTP in the input box. Okay. That's it. So catch block is already defined. Next thing is verify OTP and then create the user. Router.again post / verify OTP. It's gonna have your async method with the request and the response in the callback. I'm gonna get in two things: session ID, OTP, as well as the phone is gonna be equals to request.body. Here I'm gonna check if not of session ID or not of OTP or not of phone. Then in this case I'm going to say return result dot status of 400.json with a error being missing fields. Okay, then here I'm going to have in my try catch block. So try catch of error. Here let's try to log the errors. I'm going to say result dot status of 500.json with a error being server error. I'm just going to pass in the message just like this. Within your try block, I'm again going to get the response. You can try to take a look at it and then note it down. This is going to be the URL that we're going to hit, right? So this is the full URL. Again, check the condition, that is if response.data.status is not equals to success. Copy down that condition over here. If that's the case, then here I'm going to say return result dot status of 400.json of a error being invalid OTP. Okay, so let user is going to be equals to await user dot find one of the phone. If not of user, then create a new user. Okay, I'm going to say user is going to be equals to new user with respect to the phone, and just say await user dot save. Okay, then you can actually try to log the user after the verification part and then send the token. I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to gwt dot sign method, and here we're going to have in your user ID, that is going to be equals to user dot underscore ID. Here I'm going to say your process dot env dot your gwt underscore secret, and I'm going to pass in the expires, let's say 7 days, expires in 7D. Okay, and I'm going to say result.json of the token and the user information with respect to the phone, that is going to be user.phone. Then your first name, that is going to be user.firstname. Furthermore, email, that is going to be user.email. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save the file. So that's it. So this is the implementation for verifying the OTP. Let's again verify if at all we've written the JWT part correctly or not. So user ID, user underscore ID, as well as the secret and the expires in value. Yeah, that's pretty much it. We can try to implement this, and before that we need to implement the auth context. Okay, that's the important part. So I think we do not have it as of now. So auth context.tsx. Here let's try to initialize the user interface user. So whatever we have written previously, it's going to remain similar. ID of string, phone of string as well, first name string, last name is going to be string, email string. Okay, so next is going to be your interface auth context type. I'm going to say interface auth context type. Okay, not an equal, so just the object. Okay, so let's continue writing the auth context type. This is going to have a boolean, that is authenticated. Then I'm going to say user of type user or null. Then I'm going to say token, that's going to be of type string. Next, your send OTP method, phone, of type string, it's going to say return a promise. Next, similarly, we have it for the verify OTP. So verify OTP, this in turn is going to have your session ID of string, OTP as well of string, phone to of string, again promise the user. Okay, next we're going to have the complete profile. This is the screen where the user can complete their profile by entering their details. So phone of string, thing here we need to add a comma. So yeah, phone of string, and then your first name string, last name string, email string. Here I'm going to say promise of void. Then I'm going to say log out. Here I'm going to say promise of void. Okay, that's it. Here let's try to define the auth context. I'm going to say const auth context is going to be equals to create context, import that, and here it's going to be of type auth context type or initially undefined. Okay, so here I'm going to say interface auth provider props, pass in children, and it's going to be a React node. So here let's try to export the auth provider. I'm going to say export const auth provider, it's going to be equals to React dot your functional component, that's going to take in your auth provider props. Here we're going to pass in all of the children, and here I'm going to have in a bunch of states, that is authenticated user token as well as loading. So const is authenticated comma set is authenticated is going to be equals to use state initially false. I'm going to say const user comma set user is going to be equals to use state of a user or null of null over here. Okay, next I'm going to say const token comma set token is going to be equals to use state of type string or null initially. Next, final one is for the loading state. So const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to your use state of true. Let's define the function initially, that is for the send OTP. It's going to be simple. So const send OTP is going to be equals to a async function, which in turn is going to take in the phone of string. Here I'm going to say promise here I'm just going to initialize my response. I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await Axios is not installed, so yarn add Axios. Can actually remove that. Let's just have in the string over here. So Axios, import that onto the top. Import Axios from your Axios. Here I'm going to make it the post method. So axios.post is going to be the URL http localhost 3000 /API / your auth / send OTP. Here we're going to have the phone being passed. That's it. And we're just going to say return response.data.session_id that will be sent to the OTP screen. Let's format once over here. And here let's try to return the auth contextual provider. I've forgotten that. So return auth context dot your provider, pass in all of the children, and here we're going to pass in the value so we can use it in any point of our application. So is authenticated, then your user token loading, as well as your send OTP, okay, as well as a verify OTP. Okay, token spelling is wrong. Let's make this as a boolean over here. So save. Okay, so let's define the function for the verify OTP. So here I'm going to say const verify OTP. Okay, loading is underlined. Okay, so type is authenticated. Okay, let's check out the authentication. Okay, so for the auth context type, okay, I think loading is missing, so we need to add that over here. Yeah, that's it. So const verify OTP is going to be equals to a normal arrow function, I mean a async function. Here it's going to take in three things: session ID, phone, as well as the OTP. So session ID string, OTP as well string, next we have is your phone, again a string. Here let's try to define the response. I'm going to say const response. I think we need to add in a comma, not a semicolon. Is going to be equals to await axios.post. Here I'm going to say http localhost 3000 / your API / your auth, then it's going to be / verify OTP. So verify OTP, this in turn is going to take in three things: your session ID, your OTP, as well as the phone. Here I'm going to say const token is going to be new token, user is going to be your user data, that's going to come from the response.data. Here I'm going to check if at all new token is present. Then over here I'm going to say await, we need to install async storage. So I'm just going to install that yarn add React Native async storage / async storage. That part is done. So I'm just going to paste in the code over here. I'm going to say await async storage.set item. With respect to the token, the key is going to be auth token, value is going to be new token, and then set the token to be of token, and set user data to be of the user data, as well as set is authenticated to be of true because the user is authenticated at this point. Else over here I'm going to say throw new error saying token not received from server, and I'm just going to say return the user data. So that's pretty much it. Let's try to import it over here and let's format once. I think let's do a pod install over here in cd iOS. So enter. Let's first of all try to save the file over here. And yeah, I think we are done with this step, and let's try to import this, that is verify OTP. Here I'm going to say export const use auth is going to be equals to auth context type. I'm going to say const context is going to be equals to use context of your auth context. Here if not of context, then directly say throw new errors, else return the context. So I'm going to say throw new errors. I think some issue with respect to the auth context type. Let's look into that. Here I'm going to say use auth must be used within an auth provider. Okay, so let's directly say return context over here. Okay, that's it. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it about your auth context file. So let's pass on these two things as well, that is your logout as well as complete profile. So I'm going to say logout and complete profile format, and then let's try to save. I think we need to define both of them, logout as well as complete profile. Let's try to comment out this for now and save. Okay, so we can give this a try. So I'm just going to reload the app, and then I'm going to come back. Let's try to restart the app, and we can just try to call these two functions. And let's make one more change, that is within your root navigator.tsx, that is the is authenticated should come from use auth. Currently it is hard coded. So here I'm going to say yarn iOS, enter. Let's make the change within our root navigator.tsx, that is over here. So here I'm just going to say const is authenticated is going to come from the use auth instead of hard coding the value that is false over here. So I'm going to say use auth. I mean, not like this should be destructured. So over here I'm going to say destructure the value. So make sure to import use auth from the context file, and also we need to make sure that we are wrapping the entire content within the app provider. I mean, not app provider, your auth provider. So for that, let's come back to your app.tsx. First of all, save this file. Okay, as you can see, it says that correct error, use auth must be used within an auth provider. So for that, come back to app.tsx. Here I'm going to wrap it around the auth provider. So auth provider, use the root navigator, and then add it over here. Okay, so let's format once, and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so this part is done. So let's try to reload once. We need to be seeing the same screen again. Yeah, this is working fine. So we can actually try to come back to your phone number screen, that is over here, and let's try to get in the function that is send OTP. I'm going to say const send OTP is going to be equals to your use auth. All right, and here where we have the function, we can directly implement that. That is for the get OTP button, I'm going to say handle continue. So let's scroll down, and for this particular one, I'm going to say initialize on press, and I'm going to say handle continue. Okay, so let's define this onto the top. I'm going to say const handle continue is going to be equals to async function. Okay, so if not a phone number, then I'm going to say set error to be of phone number is required. and then you can directly return from the function. So I'm just going to say return. Okay, here I'm going to have in my try catch block, so try catch of errors. Here I'm just going to say set error to be of failed to send OTP. Within your try block, try to call the function that is const session ID is going to be equals to await. This is going to return the session ID. That's the reason we're awaiting it. I'm going to say send OTP. That function is onto the top of your phone number. Okay, so that's it. And here I'm just going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, in this case OTP, and we're going to pass in three things, because while verifying we need three things. That is session ID, your phone, that is going to be your phone number, furthermore your is login value. Okay, that's it. Let's try to format once. Let's also write in the code for verifying it as well. So let's come back to your OTP screen, and then we are going to initialize the function for handle verify. Okay, so here scroll up a bit, and just below this I'm going to say const handle verify is going to be equals to async function, and over here I'm going to say const OTP string is going to be equals to your OTP dot make use of the join method with the help of the empty quotes. So this would give you all of the 6 digits. Here I'm going to check the length, that is OTP string dot your length is not equals to 6. Alright, so then in this case I'm just going to say set error to be of please enter a 6-digit OTP, and I'm directly going to say return. Here let's try to access the try catch block, so try catch of error. Here I'm just going to say set error to be of invalid OTP. Alright, within your try block over here I'm going to initialize my user. I'm going to check const user is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say verify OTP. Okay, I don't think we have gotten the verify OTP, that is from your use auth. We need to get that. Const verify OTP is going to be equals to use auth. Okay, so here I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await verify OTP of your session ID. Yeah, I think even I forgot to get in this things as well. So we need to get in 3 things, that is 2 things, session ID as well as the phone. So const session ID comma your phone is going to be equals to your route params. Okay, so here I'm going to say verify OTP of your session ID as well as your OTP string and the phone. Okay, so session ID, then your OTP string, not OTP screen, OTP string, then your phone. Here check the condition stating that if your user, so if user and here I'm going to say not of user dot your first name dot trim or not of user dot email dot trim. Okay, so I think we can actually skip this step, because as of now we do not have your profile completion screen. Okay, so here I'm just going to say else navigation dot navigates to home, and catch is already set. Okay, so handle verify would basically come down to your function, that is verify button, that is over here. Okay, so just say directly on press handle verify. Let's try to format once over here, and then let's try to save the file. I think even this is not required, because once you check out your auth context code, okay, inside of your verify OTP we are setting the user to be of user data. Okay, so once the user is set, and we're also setting this as well, that is set is authenticated to be of true. So once that is set, automatically this should again re-trigger itself, that is within the app.tsx, I mean not within app.tsx, root navigator.tsx. Here, since this is true, as of now we are showing the auth stack navigator. If this becomes true, automatically the main tabs should be shown. Alright, so this part is done. So now the next step is, let's try to give this a try. So before trying this out, so make sure go to your .env folder, I mean not folder, .env file, and over there enter the two-factor API key. I've already shown you how to get that. First of all, register the account on two-factor.in, and then once you register, it will give you the password as well to your phone, and then you need to head back to the account summary page. Once they come back to the web page, so press on account summary, and there would be a box given where your phone number would be present as well as the API key would be present. So copy that API key to your .env file, and also make sure to add in the JWT secret. Okay, so that's it. Let's try to give this a try. So here, so basically as of now we're just rendering the UI that is with respect to the +91. So we are not actually concatenating it with the number that the user gives in, but the API, that is two-factor.n, expects the country code as well. So I'm going to enter my country code as well as the number. So currently we're getting failed to send OTP. So I've just entered a random number over here. Not sure why. So let's actually try to debug this issue. So I'm going to open up the DevTools once. And let's actually check why exactly, you're not able to send the OTP. Once this is working, I'm going to enter my original number. Let's first of all try to log in the data, that is the phone number. Save. I'm going to say get OTP. Yeah, so this is the correct number. I think it has 10 digits. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. Okay, it only has 9 digits. Let's enter a random digit and then get OTP. Okay, so it's still says failed to send OTP. We need to check out the backend if at all there is any issue. Yeah, backend is running fine, but it's not correctly working as expected. So let's check out the auth context once. So it's going to be API auth and then send OTP. Okay, even over here, okay, send OTP, that's the correct one. Okay, I think in index.js, okay, my bad, we are not even using the routes, so that's the reason nothing is happening. So let's try to add the routes. So we need to say app.use API auth and then auth routes. First of all, we need to import your auth routes from the routes folder. Const auth routes is going to be equals to require I'm going to say routes / your auth. So here down I'm going to say app.use API auth as well as auth routes. Let's say over here app.use I'm going to say / API / your auth, and make use of these auth routes. This is gonna take it from here. Let's try to save the file. Okay, so there is an issue. All right, it says express.router is not a function within the auth.js file. So let's look into that. Okay, I think I got to know the issue. Wrong spelling for router. It needs to be a capital R. That's the correct method. Save. Okay, so still there is an issue. All right. It says throw new type error, argument handler must be a function. Okay, we have not exported the value. Okay, my bad, so many mistakes. So here I'm gonna say module.exports is gonna be equals to your router. So now this should be handled. Let's try to save the file, and there you go, no issues as of now. So now I'm gonna enter my original number and it's gonna get me the OTP, and automatically I would be navigated to the next screen. So this part would be basically trimmed off. Okay, I'm going to enter the number, and then if everything works out correctly, I'm going to navigate to the next screen, and I'm also going to enter the OTP too.
2 6 5 6 7 1. Dear customer, your OTP.
I'm just going to press on verify, and boom, just like that we are registered, and my number should be entered in the backend, that is stored in the backend, and we are currently registered as a new user. Okay, so you can actually check out the backend. Obviously my number would be there, so I'm not going to show that. So this is working absolutely fine. So this part is done. So now the next step is we need to seed some vehicles in the backend such that once they press on search, we're going to implement the search functionality, and based on that we're going to show the vehicles as we saw in the demo part of the video or in the screenshot as well. Okay, so let's implement that. So first of all, for that I think we can do that within your index.js itself. Okay, that is to seed all of the vehicles. Before that, let's get in all of the vehicles. So I'm just going to say index.js, new file, vehicles.js. I hope the spelling is right. Yeah. So I'm just going to paste in the code for all of the vehicles that I'm going to use. So I'll be sending all of this in the description. That is in the form of a drive link. You can take a look at it. I think for one of them, the image is not valid. So I'm going to remove this. And if you want to add in more images, that is for the vehicles, you can try to access it from the original website itself, right? So here, first of all, each data is going to have in the name of the vehicle, the number of the vehicle, the image, as well as the locations from where the user can book it. Okay, these are the three locations. And the type of the vehicle, that is the price per day we have, that's the next one, included kilometer, then total price for 2 days, and depending upon how many ever days they choose, we're going to multiply that number, and included kilometer for 2 days, as well as the bookings array that is going to be empty for the initial state, that is at the initial point everything is going to be empty. That's it. Let's try to save the file. So I'll be sending this in the description. You can use this data. So here, let's say below this one, I'm gonna first of all import the vehicles. So I'm gonna say const vehicles data onto the top is gonna be equals to require of your vehicles, and below over here I'm going to define the seed vehicles functionality or function. I'm going to say const seed vehicles is going to be equals to a async function. Here I'm going to have in my try catch block, so try catch of error. I'm going to check if my error.code is equals to 11,000. Here I'm going to say console.log duplicate key error occurred. Alright, and else I'm just going to say error seeding vehicles. So console.log error seeding the vehicles. Save. So within the try block over here, first of all, let's try to create a collection. I'm going to say const collection is going to be equals to your mongos dot connection dot collection of the vehicles, just like this. And first of all, we're going to check for existing vehicles based on the number field. I'm going to say const existing vehicles is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say collection dot apply the distinct method of number. Here I'm going to say const new vehicles is going to be equals to, I'm going to say vehicles data dot apply the filter method, and for every vehicle I'm going to say it should be not equals to the existing vehicles dot includes of vehicle dot number. Okay, here we're going to check first of all if at all the new vehicles dot length is greater than 0. So if my new vehicles dot length is greater than 0, then in that case I'm just going to say const result is going to be equals to await. First of all, import the vehicle just like this, dot we have the insert many option or the method. So I'm going to insert many of the new vehicles, and ordered is going to be false. Okay, so here we are trying to implement this such that only unique vehicles get added and no duplicate items are present. Okay, so that's it. And apart from that, we're going to give a console message. Once this is added, I'm going to say console.log. I'm going to say vehicles seeded successfully. Wrong spelling. Okay, and here I'm just going to pass in the length, that is result.length. And I'm going to say new vehicles added. Else over here I'm just going to say no vehicles to seed, all data already exists. So I'm going to say console.log no new vehicles to seed, all data already exists. So let's try to save the file. This is the function for seeding all of the data. So there is an issue. It says string is not defined. Okay, so I think it should be capital. Let's look into that. Vehicle. So for this one, yeah, it should be capital S. Save the file. Yeah, so that was the issue. Let's come back to index.js. So here we can actually call the seed function whenever the server starts. So even though we make any change, it is automatically going to run, but it would not again seed the data because it would check this condition, and only every data should be present only one time, that is to prevent the duplication of vehicles. So here I'm going to say seed data, seed vehicles. Save the file. So there you go, vehicles seeded successfully. 25 new vehicles is added to the backend. You can check out the backend. Let's actually verify that. I'm going to say MongoDB. So let's try to log in once, and then we should check out the vehicles collection. So I'm going to say clusters, go to browse collection and check out your vehicles collection. So I'm going to go to the vehicles, and you should be seeing around 25 vehicles info being added over here. So loading documents, and there you go. Okay, so all of these details, whatever we had, is being added to the backend part. So this part is done. So now the next step is, once the user chooses any kind of dates and presses on search, we need to go to the search screen. I don't think the search screen is already created. Let's create that. Okay, I'm going to say search screen .tsx, so rnfes together shorthand code snippet. Okay, and based on only those particular dates, we're going to show all of the vehicles basically, and as and when they choose the location, we're going to actually show if at all the vehicle is sold out or not sold out. If at all the vehicle is sold out, then we're going to disable the book button, else we're going to enable the book button, and they can book that particular vehicle for those particular time slots. Okay, so for that, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new route, that is bookings.js, and we're actually going to implement the search as well. Yeah, so first of all, let's implement this, that is to search a vehicle for the given dates that the user is going to give in the front end part. So let's come back to your index.js. Let's implement that over here itself. So let's say over here, I'm going to say app.post. So here I'm just going to say API and then vehicles and / your search. Here let's have a async method with the request and the response in a callback. Here we're going to get in 4 things: start date, end date, start time, end time. So start date, end date, as well as your start time and end time is going to come from request.body. And here you can try to log the request or log the data that's going to come. So I'm going to say console.log request data is going to be equals to request.body. Here first of all, check the condition that if at all not of start date or not of end date or not of start time or not of end time, then in this case I'm directly going to say return result.status of 400 .json with a error being missing required parameters. Okay, so here let's try to implement the functionality. So first of all, try catch block. So try catch of error over here. So essentially I'm just going to log the error. So console.log error with that particular error, and I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot json with a error being server error. Okay, this part is done. So now within your try block, let's try to access first of all, let's try to combine the date and time into full date time object. So for that, we're going to make use of your day.js. I'm not sure if day.js is installed in the backend part, or I think we can actually directly import it. Okay, so let's come back to index.js. Here I'm going to say const day.js is going to be equals to require of day.js, and let's try to first of all get in the custom parse format that we're going to use. I'm going to say const custom parse format is going to be equals to require day.js / your plugin / your custom parse format. Here I'm going to say day.js dot extend of your custom parse format. Here let's initialize two things, const start datetime as well as end datetime. So const start date time is going to be equals to day.js of your start date, then your end date, start date as well as start time, sorry. So start time, and here we need to pass in the formatting value. That is going to be this one, dot to date. Similarly, let's do that for the end date time. So const end date time is going to be equals to day.js of your end date, that is going to be, after this is going to be end time. Again, similar value. I'm going to say dot to date. Okay, so if at all your end date time is less than the start date time, then obviously we cannot implement this. Okay, wrong spelling of day.js, make that change. So yeah, add in that condition, that is if at all end date time is less than or equal to start date time, then over here I'm going to say result dot status of 400 dot json with a error being end date time must be after start date time, because we cannot implement this, right? So this condition is important to check, and then yeah, that's it. So now the next step is we're going to calculate the duration, that is for how many days it is going to be. Okay, so for that, let's try to implement it. So here basically we're going to have some mathematical functionalities that I've gotten. So here const duration end date time minus your start date time, then const duration days is going to be equals to your math dot floor of your duration ms divided by 100 multiplied by 60 into 60 into 24. Duration ms divided by 1000, actually not 100, 1000 into 60 into 60 multiplied by 24. So this will give you the duration days. Next is the remaining ms. So const remaining ms is going to be equals to duration, apply the modular over here, that is modulus 1000 multiplied by 60 multiplied by 60 and then into 24 again. Next, we're going to implement the duration hours as well as the duration minutes. So this should be duration ms. Let's try to add it over here. You can take a look at it. So this is for calculating the duration. Next is we need to find all of the vehicles. So first of all, get all the vehicles. I'm going to say const all vehicles is going to be equals to await new vehicle dot find, and do not pass in anything. This is going to return all of the vehicles within the vehicle collection. Next is we need to fetch all the bookings to check the availability as well. So I'm going to say const bookings is going to be equals to await access the booking, import that booking model dot apply find method. So you're going to find based on the start date as well as the end date. So start date, I'm going to make use of this, should be equal to the end date time, and here I'm going to say end date that is gt greater than should be equal to start date time. Okay, so this is done. Let's actually understand what this does. So initially we're going to say start date is going to be equals to lt end date time. So this booking start date is going to be before the range's end, and in the second one over here, this is going to signify that the booking's end date is going to be after the range's start. So for this, booking starts before the given range ends, and here the booking ends after the given range is going to start. So together as a whole, we can directly say a booking will match if it starts before the range ends, and if it ends if it ends after the range starts. Okay, let's say we're checking availability between 10 as well as 11. Okay, so booking interval is going to be for, let's say, 9:30 to 10:30. So this starts before 11 and ends after 10. So this is an overlap, and this is a match as well, which is true. So let's say the next one, that is 10:15 as well as 10:45. So this is completely inside the range, and even this matches as well. Suppose let's say we're checking from 8 to 9. Okay, this is not gonna match because this ends before 10 and actually it's just not overlap. So we're gonna implement it in that particular way, and these are some of the conditions to check. And let's try to move on to the next part. So we need to process the vehicles with availability per your location. So I'm going to say const results is going to be equals to, I'm going to say all vehicles dot apply the map. So for every vehicle over here, I'm going to say const total days is going to be equals to duration days plus, I'm going to say duration hours divided by 24 plus duration minutes we're going to enclose it within parentheses. So duration minutes divided by 24 multiplied by 60. So this would give the duration minutes, right? And yeah, these are basically a fractional days. The next one is going to be a total price for the vehicle, total price. So I'm going to add it just like this. This is going to be equals to math.ceil. Here I'm going to say total days multiplied by vehicle dot price per day. And here I'm going to say const total included kilometer is going to be equals to, again, math.ceil. Here I'm going to say total days multiplied by your vehicle dot included kilometer. So vehicle dot included kilometer. So now we're going to check the availability for each location. Okay, if you would remember over here in the data, we had 3 locations for each of the vehicle. So we're going to check for each of them. So I'm going to say const availability is going to be equals to, I'm going to say vehicle dot go into the locations apply the reduce method, get in the accumulator as well as the current value, that is location in this case. Here I'm going to first of all check const is booked is going to be equals to access the bookings dot go into the, apply the sum method, go into each booking. So I'm going to apply a bunch of conditions, that is if at all your booking dot vehicle ID dot toString is equals to your vehicle dot underscore ID dot toString, because in this particular bookings we are also mapping the vehicle ID, so we can make use of that and we can check with this condition that is going to come from the vehicle data over here. Okay, here I'm going to say and so the next condition is going to be equals to if your booking dot your location is equals to the location that is coming from the current value, and your booking dot start date should be less than end date time. So booking dot your start date should be less than end date time, and your booking dot end date, so booking dot end date should be greater than your start date time. Okay, that's it. Here I'm going to say accumulator of your location should not be equals to is booked. Okay, so true if available, false if booked. That's the basic understanding. Then directly try to say return the accumulator. So here let's pass in the initial value for this. It's going to be an object, and here we're going to return the data that we want. So initially all of the vehicle dot toString, to object, and I'm going to say calculated price. So calculated price is going to be equals to your total price, and I'm going to say calculated included kilometer. So calculated included kilometer is going to be equals to total included kilometer. And next is going to be for the duration. So I'm going to say duration is going to be equals to, make use of backticks, I'm going to say duration days, then your duration hours, as well as duration minutes. So duration days, and then duration hours is going to be, days is done, minutes. Okay, again I've written days, sorry. So minutes, hours, okay, I think I'm not concentrating. So duration hours, there should be duration minutes over here. Okay, that's it. The final thing is going to be for the availability, so that would be directly coming from this particular value. Let's try to add in your availability. Save the file. So there is an issue. It says throw new errors, unsupported node modules, type stripping, file name. Let's actually check where exactly is that issue. Okay, for some reason this expandable calendar got imported. Let's remove that. Save. Okay, so no issues now. And also in the console you can see that no new vehicles received, because already all of the data is going to be existed. So yeah, this is working fine now. And also you can see in the console it says no new vehicles to seed, all data already exists, because if at all we again add it, it's gonna duplicate the values. So yeah, this is the complete function for checking the availability as well as returning all of the data to the front end part. So here I'm just going to say result.json of the results, result.json of your results. Save. So there's actually one issue with respect to the index.js. There is a small bug. So as you can see over here, this is kind of not correct. So if you would hover over the locations, it says locations may not exist on the type document for vehicle. And once when I checked out the backend over here, as you can see, it contains location and also the details are empty. It needs to have locations. Okay, so you can check out the model. I think we have made a mistake over there. That is vehicle model, because we are adding data according to this itself. So here, so this should be locations, because if you would check out our data, we have locations over here. Okay, so let's delete this collection again, re-add it. So I'm going to say delete over here, type in vehicles, and then drop it. Let's again come back to index.js, just try to save the file. It should add the data back. So vehicles seeded, and now if you come back over here, vehicles, you should be seeing the correct details being added, and even that kind of underline error should go. So it's currently loading the documents. So there you go, now it's working fine. Let's verify it over here. As you can see, that issue is gone, which is good. So let's come back to search screen.tsx. Here let's try to define the interface for the vehicle as well as the root stack param list. Here I'm going to say interface vehicle. So this in turn is going to have in your ID, I'm going to say underscore ID of string, then name is going to be of string, your image string as well. I'm going to say locations is going to be an array of string, so I'm going to say array of strings just like this. So everything should be in caps, so let's add that. Yeah, or we can keep it in small itself. Then I'm going to say calculated price, that is going to be number. Next I'm going to say calculated included kilometer, this also number. Availability, and this is going to say key string as well as boolean over here. Okay, that's it. Next let's try to define the navigation param list. I'm going to say type root stack param list is going to be equals to an object. So for the search, it's going to have in your pickup date of string, pickup time of string as well. Then I'm going to say drop off date, so drop off date is going to be string as well as drop off time. And here I'm going to say write confirmation, that is going to be the next screen, so write confirmation. I'm going to say selected vehicle is going to be of type vehicle. Furthermore, your pickup date, pickup time, drop off date, drop off time, as well as the location. Let's try to add that over here. That's it. So now let's try to initialize the search screen root prop over here. I'm going to say const search screen root prop is going to be equals to your root prop. Import that from React Navigation, and this in turn is going to have in your root stack param list. Basically this one itself. Let's try to add that over here, as well as the name, that is going to be search. Let's try to import root prop. So I'm going to say import your root prop from at React Navigation /native. Okay, so it's editing out because we've written const. It should be type, not const. So here within the search screen, first of all, let's try to initialize the scroll y as well as the header right. Here I'm going to say const scroll y is going to be equals to your new animated dot value of 0. Okay, so before that, over here at the top we need to have in two things, that is the header expanded height as well as the collapsed height. So we're gonna include that while styling it out. So I'm gonna say const header expanded height is going to be equals to 220. and const header collapsed height is going to be equals to 120. And over here within, below your scroll y, I'm going to say const header height is going to be equals to your scroll y dot interpolate. We're going to have in your input range that is of 0 comma your header expanded height minus your header collapsed height. Then I'm going to have in your output range that is header expanded height minus your comma your header collapsed height. And I'm going to say extrapolate, that's going to be clamp. Okay, so that's it. So here let's try to initialize the route. So I'm going to say const route is going to be equals to your use route. Import that. This is going to be of the type search screen root prop. Let's access your navigation. So const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Furthermore, let's try to access the vehicles that we're going to store. So const vehicles comma set vehicles is going to be equals to use state, because we can have n number of vehicles. Here it's going to be of type vehicle that is defined onto the top, and initially it's going to be an empty array. Import use state from React as such, just like this. And next, yeah, pretty much we can try to get in the root params as well. So I'm going to say const pickup date, pickup time, drop of date, drop of time. So const pickup date comma pickup time comma drop of date comma your drop of time is going to be equals to route dot params. Okay, so drop of time spelling is wrong, this part is done. So here let's try to initialize the use effect. Before that we need to format the dates using the day.js. Okay, so I'm going to say const formatted pickup date pickup date is going to be equals to a pickup date question mark, then it's going to be equals to day.js. Import that of the pickup date, and we're going to format it into this particular value. So dot format, I'm going to say month, day, as well as year. Else it is just going to say not applicable. Similarly, const formatted your drop of date. So drop of date is going to be equals to your pickup date question mark, not pickup date, drop of date question mark. If that value is present, then day.js of your drop of date dot apply the format method and format it into this particular value, month, day. Again, similarly, whatever is there onto the top, just include that over here. That's pretty much it. Let's try to define your use effect. I'm going to say use effect over here. Import that from React. Run on the initial mount that is based on the search queries. So this is going to be dependent upon all of these four things. Here, first of all, I'm going to define the function that is const fetch vehicles is going to be equals to async. Here I'm going to have in my try catch block. So try and catch of error. Here I'm just going to say console.log error fetching vehicles with that particular error. Within try block, let's try to initialize our response. So here I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await axios dot post method, pass in your URL http localhost 3000 / API / your vehicles / your search. Okay, this in turn is going to take in the body, that is start date, that is going to be pickup date, then your end date, that is going to be drop off date, next is your start time, it's going to be pickup time, next it's going to be your end time, that is going to be drop off time. That's it. So now let's try to initialize your fetched vehicles once after the response is done. So const your fetched vehicles is going to be of type vehicle is equals to response.data. I'm going to say set vehicles to be of your fetched vehicles, and set filtered vehicles, we need to include that. Okay, so wrong spelling for this, include this, and let's initialize the state for your filtered vehicles. Again, it's going to remain similar itself, just copy this down. I'm going to say const filtered vehicles comma set filtered vehicles is going to be equals to use state of a type vehicle again, and initially an empty array. So here, right after setting the vehicles to be of the fetched vehicles, I'm going to say set filtered vehicles also to be of the fetched vehicles. So set filtered vehicles to be of the fetched vehicles, and we're going to initialize the selected locations with the first location of each vehicle. So I'm going to say over here const initial location or initial locations is going to be equals to your fetched vehicles dot apply the reduce method, which in turn is going to take in the accumulator, here it's going to be of a key string, and your vehicle is going to be of type vehicle, so vehicle so here essentially I'm going to say your accumulator of your vehicle dot underscore id is going to be equals to your vehicle dot locations of 0, because if you remember in the screenshot, once when we search for a particular date, we're going to show the first location onto the screen, and after all it's not sold out, we're going to enable the book button, else we're going to show the detail as sold out. So it's going to be vehicle dot locations of 0 or empty string, and then directly try to return the accumulator and passing the initial value for this, that's going to be an empty object, not array. And here I'm going to say set selected locations to be of the initial locations. I'm just going to copy down the states that is required over here. A bunch of states have not yet initialized. Okay, these are the common ones. Import dimensions from React Native. So yeah, these are some of the things, that is selected locations, set selected locations is going to be equals to use state of this format, and drop down visible, then search overlay visible, search query, as well as the width and height that's going to come from the dimensions.get of the window. Okay, so let's come back over here, and yeah, once the initial locations are initialized, let's try to set it off. So just below this, I'm just going to say set your selected locations to be of your initial locations. That is this one. Okay, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Let's try to call your function. So let's minimize this. Below this, I'm just going to say if your pickup date and your pickup time and your drop off date and drop off time. If all of this is visible, I mean if all of this is present only, then only we can call the function that is fetch vehicles. And this is going to be dependent upon these things, that is pickup date, pickup time, drop off date, as well as drop off time. Let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. So we can actually try to give this a try if at all we're getting to see all of the vehicles or not. So first of all, let's come back to your home screen.tsx, and where we have the search button, we can directly say navigation.navigate, or it's better to actually check the condition. Okay, so let's come back to home screen.tsx. I'm gonna go back to the point where we have the search. Here I'm gonna say on press handle search. Let's define the function onto the top, that is handle search. Let's say over here, I'm going to say const handle search is going to be equals to a normal arrow function. Here I'm going to check if my pickup date and my pickup time and drop off date and drop off time is entered, then only I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to your routes dot search and pass in all of the required information to the next screen. Pickup date, pickup time, drop off date, as well as drop off time. Drop off date as well as drop off time. Else we can actually give an alert, but for now I'm just gonna add in a console.message. So I'm gonna say else. Here I'm gonna say console.log. Please select all dates and times. Save the file. Let's try to give this a try, and let's try to open up our dev tools, and let's first of all check if at all we are getting the correct data or not. For that, let's again come back to search screen and load the details over here. That is for the vehicles part. So here I'm going to say console.log data, I'm going to say filtered vehicles. Save the file. So here let's choose some specific dates. I'm going to choose 6th of September. I'm going to say let's say 11:30, and drop off I'm going to leave it on 8th of September, and it's going to be again let's say 12:30 search. Okay, so some issue with navigating. Let's check out the route navigator. I don't think we have added the search. That's the reason it's not working fine. Okay, my bad. Add it over here. Name is going to be routes.yoursearch. Our screen name is going to be search screen. This is the one, search screen. Import that. So yeah, that's pretty much it. Here we need to have in a fragment. Let's format once and let's try to save the file. Hopefully now we need to be able to navigate. So search, and there you go, we're coming directly to the search screen. So requested data, even this is working fine. So let's check out. Hopefully no errors are present, and boom, there you go. We are getting all of the data. So we are getting all of the data because as of now there is no booking done. This was the first time, and it should return basically all of the details. So once you book a place, then in that case it is also going to return, but it is going to return with that availability flag saying that it is false or true. So as you can see, availability for each of the stations or each of the locations, it is showing as true. So Indiranagar metro station is true, and then Yeshwanthpur is true, Kormangla is also true, and bookings is currently empty, and it is actually calculating the duration as well. That is 1 day, 13 hours, and then 0 minutes. Based on that, we are multiplying it with the calculated price as well. If you remember, we had some default values given in the seeded data, and that is going to be multiplied with the duration, and it is going to show that particular details over here. Okay, we also have all of these details. So with the help of this, we're going to start designing this particular screen, and we're going to show all of the details as well. So let's get started with designing the search screen with all of these informations. So let's come back to search screen.tsx. So let's come down to the return block, and I'm going to make use of my safe area view again. So here I'm going to say safe area view. This in turn is going to have a class name. So I'm going to say class name flex of 1 as well as a bg of gray 100. Okay, here it's going to have the header that's going to look something like this, that is rental bikes, and below that we're going to show the dates part. So here I'm going to say animated dot view. Within that I'm going to have in your top row, for that again one more view, we're going to have your icons. This in turn is going to have the name, that is going to be arrow back. So arrow back just like this, and I'm going to say size is going to be equals to 24. Okay, and color is going to be equals to black. This part is done. Then on press, I hope navigation is initialized. Yeah, navigation is present. On press, we're going to go back to the previous screen. So taking a function, here we are going to say navigation dot go back. Okay, so now towards the center we're going to have the text which is rental bikes, everything in caps, and towards the rightmost part we're going to have the options outline icon. So let's add in that, and over here let's remove this. Let's pass on the name, that's going to be your options outline. I'm going to say options outline. Let's try to save the file. As you can see, that's looking good. So for your class name of the view, let's pass on the design. So okay, so I think I'm going to skip this because it is not exactly right. I'm just going to give it, a flex of row for the inner view. So for this I'm going to say class name flex of row, because we want it in a row fashion. Then items of center, justify of between, MB of 4, PX of 5, safe. As you can see, that design is looking neat. So for your text, it says rental bikes, I'm going to say, class name, text of XL, font of bold, text of black. There you go, that's looking neat. The next thing is the white card. Inside that we're going to show all of your details over here. So right below this view, I'm going to have in my another view. This in turn is going to have one more view where we're going to show basically your pickup details. So I'm going to say view over here. Okay, so this view in turn is going to have a text which says pickup, and below this I'm going to have in one more text which is going to say formatted pickup date. As you can see, September 6, 2025. And below that, apart from this, over here I'm going to have in a text. Furthermore, it's going to say at pickup time. So I'm going to say pickup time. So save the file. As you can see, at 6:30 p.m. So for the first text, I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to have text gray of 500, text of SM. So text SM, font of medium, margin bottom of 1. There you go, that's looking neat. Here let's pass on the class name, text of base, font of semi bold, text of black. That's looking good. So now below this we're going to have that divider, that is separation line between these two views. So here I'm going to have in a self enclosing view. Pass on the class name. I'm going to say width px, bg gray of let's say 200, height of 10, my of auto. And I'm just going to copy this down one more time. Here it's going to say drop off. Alright, so I think this is going to have one more view, or yeah, I think this is enough because it is the exact same thing as this design itself. So instead of pickup, here I'm going to say drop off. Okay, so drop off, and below that I'm going to have in formatted drop off date. So formatted drop off date, save the file. As you can see, September 8th, and over here it's going to be drop off time instead of pickup time. So drop off time. Let's format once and then let's try to save the file. This is looking good. So now for the outermost view, let's give it a row fashion design. So here initially class name, it's gonna have, you know, a bg of white rounded of 2xl. Apart from that, I'm gonna have shadow lg. Okay, some internal spacing padding of 4, flex of row, items of center. I'm gonna have a border as well as a border gray of 100. Save. Okay, so there was some issue, and once I saved, again we are able to see the login screen. That should not ideally happen. I think it's because of one thing in the auth context. We need to actually implement an endpoint to verify the token, and once that is done, we need to set the user as well. So let's do that. I think that's the important step now, because every time you save, if that error occurs, we need to log in. So I think within the auth.js, we need to implement a verify token endpoint. So here we have send OTP, verify OTP. The final one, I'm going to say router.get. It's going to be verify token. If it's valid, then we're going to set the user as authenticated. Here I'm going to have in my async function with a request and the response in the callback. Here I'm going to have in const token is going to be equals to request.headers of your authorization. Okay, dot split with the help of space and access the first part that is going to contain the token. Here I'm going to check if not of token. Then in this case I'm going to say return result dot status of 401 dot json with a error being no token is provided. All right, here let's try to access the try catch block. So initially try catch of error. Here I'm going to say console dot error token verification error with that particular error message, and I'm going to send result dot status of 103 dot json with a error being invalid token. Okay, within your try block, I'm going to say const decoded is going to be equals to JWT. I hope JWT is there. Yeah, that's already imported at the top. So dot, we're going to use the verify method. So verify of the token, and we're going to pass in the JWT secret. That's how we verify it. So it's going to be equals to your process dot env dot your JWT secret that is going to be present within the env file. Here I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await user dot, I'm going to make use of the find by id method of your decoded dot user id. That's how we access it. And here I'm going to check if not of user, then directly say return result dot status of 404 dot json with a error being user is not found. Okay, else if it is present, then I'm just going to say result dot status, not status, result dot json with the user that is going to be equals to phone user dot phone, your first name user dot first name, and your email that is going to be user dot email. That's it. So this is your complete code for verifying the token. So we are going to run this every time once when the app loads, and after all the token is present, then directly do not show the screen, then directly show the home screen or the bottom tabs, else then directly navigate the user to the login screen if at all the token is not valid or token is not verified. Okay, so let's come back to the auth stack. Not auth stack, auth context. Here let's try to define that use effect. So let's say right below the states over here, I'm going to say const, not const, use effect import that from React. Here it's going to run on the initial render, and I'm going to say const load auth is going to be equals to a async function, and I'm going to say, okay, let's write that properly. Here I'm going to say set loading to be of true, and I'm going to say const stored token is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say async storage dot your get item of your auth token. Okay, and here I'm going to say if my stored token is present, if stored token is there, then I'm going to say set the token to be of your stored token. And here I'm going to have in my try catch block, and then just try to verify the token. So initially catch of error console.error token verification failed. So token verification failed with that particular error message, and I'm going to say we can directly log out. Await logout, call the logout function just like this. Okay, not this one. I don't think logout is already present. We have send OTP, verify OTP. Yeah, logout is not there. We need to define that. So let's define that in just a bit. Else within the try block, then just try to call the endpoint that is the verify token that we just implemented. So const response is going to be equals to await axios dot get method. There's going to be a URL that is http localhost 3000 /API /auth / your verify token. Okay, so this part is done, and over here I'm going to have in my headers being passed. So headers, pass in your authorization, and it's going to be equals to make use of backticks as well as bearer your stored token. Okay, then you can just try to log the data. Apart from that, set the user as well. So set user to be of response.data.user. And okay, not over here, below the response. Below that, I'm just going to say set is authenticated to be of true. Let's try to format once, and okay, there is some issue over here. Format. I think there was no need of semicolon over there, so that's the reason it was editing out. So remove that. And yeah, pretty much that's it. Let's try to implement the logout. So I'm just going to paste in the code for that. Let's say over here, just like this. So here async storage is remove item of the auth token, set is authenticated to be of false, set user to be of null, set token to be of null. Automatically the user should be navigated to the login screen since is authenticated is set to be false. So yeah, that's it. We can call the function on the initial render of the app. So here set loading is going to be set to true. After it is completed, here I'm going to say set load is going to be equals to false. Based on this, we can also implement your splash screen implementation as well. So here I'm going to say load auth, save the file, and boom, just like that. Since we had a valid token present, now we are able to navigate. Okay, which is good. So this implementation was missing. Now we have added it, so no issues now. So let's come back to search screen, that is over here. So let's try to choose in a random date, 6th September as well as 7 p.m. and I'm going to drop off at, let's say, 8th September, or let's say 4:30 p.m. Search. As you can see, that is being shown correctly fine. So for each of the inner view, that's what I meant. That is, yeah, this one. Class name, give it a flex of 1, PR of 2. So same thing goes for the second one as well, flex of 1, PL of 2. That is this one. Class name, flex of 1, PL of 2, save. Okay, not this one. Remove that. I think we need to give in a gap, let's say gap of 2, because for this one, for some reason, it is not, at the center. let's say item center. Hope that wouldn't work. Let's come back. Okay, so I think for now let's go with this, or let's try to comment this down. Yeah, so this is actually looking better without the border. So now the next step is to show all of the vehicles list. So below you animated.view, I'm gonna have in my scroll view being shown. So import scroll view from React Native, and we're gonna show all of the vehicles just like this. Okay, here first of all let's try to have in the view. Okay, some issue with this, scroll view is not imported. Save. Below this let's try to map over filtered vehicles. I'm going to say filtered vehicles dot length is greater than 0 question mark. Then here I'm going to say filtered vehicles dot map, else it is just going to say no vehicles is found. Here I am going to say no vehicles for this period. Okay, and here I am going to say filtered vehicles dot map for every item of type vehicle. Here we're going to render the design for that. You can actually try to render a whole new different component as well. That would be better. Okay, here having a view. Within that, we're going to have the first one that is going to be the vehicle name. So text item.name, save, and boom, just like that we have all of the vehicles, like from Activa 60, then Honda Dio to Yamaha FZ. All of these vehicles are coming from the backend. Okay, for the view here I'm going to say key is going to be equals to item._id. Okay, and for the text over here I'm going to say class name. This in turn is going to say text of LG, font of semi bold, px of 4, pt of 3. Just like that, is looking pretty clean. Next is going to be for your image. So right below this I'm going to say image, import image from React Native. This in turn is going to take in a source, which in turn is going to take in your URI. It's going to be equals to item.image. Simple. Okay, let's pass on the class name to this so that we could see it onto the screen. So class name, width of full, height of 40, object of contain, and there you go. Just like that, it is looking pretty clean. Okay, so this part is done, and we also need to give resize mode for this, contain, and boom, just like that, all of the vehicles are looking pretty neat. This is done. Okay, next is going to be for the kilometer limit. So before that, let's style out the topmost view. Class name for this, bg of white, rounded I'm going to say 2xl, so rounded 2xl. Apart from that, shadow medium. Okay, mb of 5, overflow is going to be hidden. So let's choose in the date again, as well as the drop off date and the time. Such, there you go, that's looking fine. So now below the image we're going to have in the kilometer limit. So here I'm going to say view. This view in turn is going to have a text. It's going to say kilometer limit. Below that I'm going to say item dot included kilometer, or included kilometer, my bad, calculated included kilometer, and kilometer here. Save. That's looking fine. Here I'm going to give it some internal spacing. So class name, px of 4 as well as py of 2. Here as well I'm going to give in some class name, text gray of 500. Okay, here I'm going to say class name again, font is going to be semi bold. Save. Alright, so this part is done. So now next the further step is to choose this selected location. So for that, let's try to implement a new view. here you're going to have in the text which says select location. So I'm going to say select location. Below that, I'm going to have an touchable opacity. So import touchable opacity from React Native as such. And here I'm going to have in a text which is going to show selected locations of your item dot underscore ID. So it's going to show the first one, or it's going to be equals to select location. Save the file. And there you go. Just like that, it's going to show all of the correct details. That's the first location, which is looking fine. So for the view, again, some padding, px of 4, py of 2. Here let's have in the class name for select location. I'm going to say text gray of 500 and a text of sm. And for your touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name. So before that, let's save the file. Yeah, that's looking good. So here we're going to have the chevron down icon. So I'm going to say icons, basically some name that needs to be passed on. I'm going to say chevron down. The size for the icon, let's say 18, and color is going to be gray. Okay, so for your touchable opacity, initially class name, I want it in a row fashion, so flex of row, items of center, justify is going to be between, and it's going to have a slight border as well as border gray of 300. Then rounded of LG, so I'm going to say rounded LG over here, and px of 3, py of 2, and a bg of white. Save. Okay, so just like that, it's looking fine. And for your text, let's pass on the design. So here I'm going to say class name, text of base. Okay, we actually want the text to come towards the leftmost part. So instead of justify center, let's say between, and save. Yeah, that's looking good. And now below that, we're going to render the render drop down. Okay, once you press on that, we need to be able to see a center design where other locations are also going to be present. So below your touchable opacity, I'm going to say render drop down of your item dot underscore ID, comma your item dot locations. Let's comment this out for now. Let's complete this and then we're gonna write the code for this. So next is for your price, that detail. So right below your view, I'm gonna say view. This in turn is gonna have a text which says rupees item dot calculated price dot 00. As you can see, for these many days, about 3 days, it's going to be 1472. Okay, so next I'm going to check first of all if at all selected locations of that particular item.id, and if at all it's sold out, then we're going to show sold out. So right below the text over here, I'm going to say if at all my selected locations of item dot underscore id and is sold out, we need to define this function. So I'm going to say is sold out of item dot underscore id, comma your selected locations of item dot id. So then in this case, here I'm going to say having a text which is going to say sold out, and this is going to be in green color. So I'm going to say class name, text rate of 500, font of semi bold. Okay, so let's try to define the function that is sold out. It's going to be simple. Let's come back over here and I'm going to define const is sold out is going to be equals to, this in turn is going to take in your vehicle ID of string as well as the location of string. So I'm going to say location of type string. Here I'm going to say const vehicle is going to be equals to access your vehicles data dot apply the find method for every vehicle of type vehicle. Here the condition should match the v dot underscore id should be equals to vehicle id. That is coming from the function parameter. Okay, so here I'm going to check if not of vehicle or not of location or not of your vehicle dot availability, then directly try to return false. Okay, else I'm just going to say return not of vehicle dot availability of location, availability of that particular location. So this is going to return either true or false. So this condition would be satisfied. Okay, so that's the second condition. I mean, that's the second part of the view to show whether or not the location is sold out for that specific vehicle. Okay, so the next one is going to be your book now button. So I'm just going to add in the code for that. You can take a look at it. So this we can add it later because we are navigating to the next screen. Okay, so let's try to save the file. And boom, just like that we have this thing. And currently for any of the vehicle it wouldn't show as sold out because as of now we haven't done any single booking also. Okay, so let's come back to the outermost view. Let's pass on the design for this. Okay, so initially again I'm going to say class name. I'm going to give it a border T. I'm going to say border top, border gray of 200, px of 4, py of 3. I'm going to say flex of row, justify of between, items of center. And just like that, this is looking pretty neat. Okay, we need to style this out, so let's implement that. So class name over here, this in turn is going to say text of medium as well as a font of semi bold or font of bold. Okay, yeah, this is looking neat. This part is done. So now the next step is the overlay design over here. So once you press on search by model, as you saw in the demo part of the video, we're going to open up an overlay model and we're going to filter based on whether the user is going to look for a specific bike. They can directly try to filter out and they can show the design for that. Okay, so right below your scroll view, this design is going to come up. I'm going to say touchable opacity. This in turn is going to have in your iron icons. So here I'm going to say class name. I mean, sorry, my bad, not class name. The name that is going to be equals to your search icon. Size is going to remain 20. Color is going to be equals to white. Okay, here we're going to have in your text and we're going to say search by model. So I'm going to say search by model. Save the file. As you can see, that design is being shown onto the screen. First of all, let's pass on the style to your touchable opacity. So class name, I'm going to say absolute positioning, a bottom of 5. So bottom 5, left of 5 as well. So left of 5, BG gray of 700, and flex of row. So I'm going to say flex row, items of center, px of 4, as well as py of 3. Rounded is going to be full. Shadow is going to be LG. That's it. Let's try to save the file. Let's reload. And again, we need to choose some specific dates. Let's do that quickly. Choosing the time. Same for this as well, 9th, and then let's say some random time. Search. As you can see, that design is looking good. So for the text, I'm going to say class name, text white, ml of 2. But I want to increase the bottom, we can do that. Bottom of, let's say, not 10, 10 would be too much. 7. Yeah, 7 looks fine as of now. Okay. So once you press on this, we need to open up a overlay model. Okay, so I'm going to say over here on press, I think we have already defined the state for this previously. That is your search overlay visible as well as your set search overlay visible. Okay, so for that over here, I'm going to say on press, taking a function, and here I'm just going to set it to be true. That is set search overlay visible of true. So now let's try to define the function that is not your function, the model design that's going to come right below this. So this is going to be for the search overlay model. I'm going to say model over here. It's going to come from React Native. So here I'm going to say transparent is going to be equals to true. Furthermore, your visible, it's going to be dependent upon the state, that is your search overlay visible. Animation type, I'm going to say slide. Let's format. Okay, then I'm going to say on request close. This in turn is going to take in a function over here, and I'm going to say set search overlay visible. So set search overlay visible to be a false. And here within the model, we're going to have in your touchable opacity initially. So I'm going to say touchable opacity. Here we're going to have in a view. Within that, we're going to have, okay, my bad, I think we have to use touchable without feedback. Okay, so I'm going to say touchable without feedback. Okay, so here I'm going to say on press. Take in a function and then set the search overlay visible to be a false. So set search overlay visible to be a false. All right, here I'm going to have in my view. Within that, okay, we're going to have in your touchable without feedback again. Here we're going to have one more view. Within this, we're going to have your text input. Text input from React Native, and I'm going to say initially class name. Or before that, the placeholder, I'm going to say search models. Okay, apart from that, I'm going to say value is going to be equals to your search query. So search query. Then I'm going to say on change text. This in turn is going to take in a text over here, and I'm going to say set search query to be of your text. Let's try to format once over here. And first of all, starting off from the topmost view, let's pass on the styling. Here I'm going to say class name or some internal styling, that is a flex of 1. And for this particular one, inner view, I'm going to say style, give it a flex of 1 as well as a BG of white. So background color white. It's going to have a margin top of, let's say, 40. Some internal spacing, padding of 15 or 20. Then border top left radius as well as border top right radius. So I'm going to say border top left radius of 20 as well as border top right radius of 20. This part is done. For your inner view, okay, I think I messed up one more view. So we have to have one more view over here. And within that, we're going to have this design. Okay, not completely. Let's copy down this view as well as the text input and add it over here. Whereas this design is going to come for the outermost view. That is this one. Okay, so for the inner view, it's going to have a flex of row as well as justify of between items of center. So let's add that over here. Class name, flex of row, justify of between items center, MB of 4. So here we're going to have the second child. So I'm going to say touchable opacity. This in turn is going to have your iron icons. Name is going to be close. And I'm going to say size is going to be equals to 24. Color is going to be equals to black. All right. So here I'm going to say on press, close the model. Take in a function. Here I'm going to say set search overlay visible to be a false. So set search overlay visible to be a false. Let's give a format once and let's try to save the file. Let's press on this and boom, just like that, we're able to see that onto the screen. So for your text input, let's pass on the class name. So let's actually pass on some internal styling for this also. That is going to have, let's say, border width of 1, a border color of CCC. Furthermore, your border radius of 5, some internal spacing, padding of 5, and a flex of 1. Let's pass on padding of 10. Yeah, that's looking good. And for this, we can give it some margin left. So class name ML of 2. Or you can give it to the touchable opacity directly if this is not working. Yeah, so that's looking fine. So now below this, if at all your search query.length is going to be equals to 0, then we're going to show some popular vehicles, and the user can directly map over the popular vehicles. So right below the view over here, I'm going to say if my search query dot length is going to be equals to 0, and over here I'm going to have in my view, within this view I'm going to have a text which says popular vehicles, save. As you can see, since the search query is equals to 0, we're able to see that onto the screen. So class name over here, I'm going to say text of LG, font of semi-bold, MB of 4. So I'm just going to initialize my popular vehicles. So this is just going to be random data. So I'm just going to slice off from 0 to 6. That is just like this. Okay, just say popular vehicles is going to be equals to your vehicles dot slice of 0, 6. So right below your text over here, I'm going to first of all have a view. So include that view, and over here I'm going to say your popular vehicles dot map for every vehicle of type vehicle over here. I'm going to check if my index is less than 3, and over here let's render a touchable opacity. So here we are trying to show the first 3 vehicles. Okay, that is going to contain your 3 vehicles within a row fashion. So within the touchable opacity, we're going to have your image being shown. This in turn is going to have in a source, which in turn is going to have in your URI, that is going to be equals to vehicle.image. So vehicle.image, and yeah, let's pass on the class name so that we could see it onto the screen. Width of full, height of 24, rounded is going to be LG, and object is going to be of cover. And for the resize mode, I'm going to say contain over here to the image. Resize mode, contain, save. As you can see, that is looking good. So these are some of the popular vehicles since we are mapping from 1 to 3. Here we're going to show the vehicle name below the image. Let's pass on the text. Here I'm directly going to say vehicle.name. So vehicle.name, let's pass on the class name over here. This in turn is going to have a text of center, empty of 2, text of SM, font of medium. Okay, that's looking fine. So for your touchable opacity, we're going to pass on the width. I'm going to say class name over here. Width is going to be equals to 1/3, some padding of 2, and for the outermost view, it needs to come into a row fashion. So class name, flex of row, justify of between, and a margin bottom of 4. As you can see, just like that, this is looking good. So for the second row, it's going to remain similar. Just copy this down, and over here, let's render this condition. Here we're going to add one more condition, that is if my index should be greater than or equal to 3. Or you can just slice from 0 to 3, and for the second time you can slice from 0 to 6 as well. I mean from 3 to 6. Even that should work. Save. Okay, so for some reason we're not able to see the second one. So we're going to say popular vehicles.map for every vehicle. Index should be greater than 3. Okay, my bad. Index should be less than 6 over here because the second condition failed. So that's the reason we're not able to see. So the second condition should say index should be less than 6. And there you go. So this is working absolutely fine. Okay. This part is done. So if at all now the search query.length is greater than 0, we are going to show all of the models, and based on whatever model the user searches, if at all we have that model within our backend, we're going to show that particular search. Okay, so let's implement that as well. Here I'm going to say search query dot length if it is greater than 0, and let's try to render a flat list over here. Import flat list from React Native. So your data is going to be equals to vehicles.map and vehicle.name. Okay, so for that I'm going to say vehicles.map for every v of type vehicle. We're going to say give the v.name dot filter for every name of type string. Here name dot first of all convert it into 2 lowercase. If it includes, I'm going to say dot includes of your search query dot 2 lowercase. That's it. So this can automatically directly filter it and then give it to you. I think there is an extra bracket added. That is your key extractor. So let's add in these two values. Okay, so this is the data and this is your key extractor. The next one is going to be your render item method. This in turn is going to destructure the item. So I'm going to say item over here, and we're going to show a touchable opacity. Within this, we're going to have a text being shown. That's going to be equals to item. Let's try to format once. Okay, still there is some issue with the bracket. So first of all, let's finish designing this. So for the touchable opacity, I'm going to say style over here, padding of 15, and your border bottom width of 1, as well as your border bottom color. That is going to be equals to triple E. And here I'm going to say class name, let's say font of medium, save. Okay, so you can take a look at it. I've just added in my code. So on press, we need to say handle vehicles select. Okay, so here onto the top, I'm going to say const handle vehicles select is going to be equals to, for that particular model, whatever they choose, we need to filter out only those vehicles and then show it onto the search screen. I'm going to say set search query to be of model, and I'm going to say set filtered vehicles. I'm going to say vehicles dot apply the filter method. It's going to be simple. For every vehicle of type vehicle, here I'm going to say your vehicle dot name should be equals to your model. That's it. Only return those vehicles, and then I'm going to say set search model overlay visible. So here I'm going to say set search overlay visible to be a false. So just close the vehicle. Alright, similarly, let's do that for the images as well. That is for the first row as well as the second row. Come back to the touchable opacity, and here just try to say on press handle vehicle select of vehicle dot name format over here. Same thing for this as well. Save. Let's say I'm going to search for a bike. I'm going to say Apache. So as soon as I typed AP, so there you go. As soon as I typed AP, we are getting all of the bikes which are starting from AP, or all of the bikes which contain AP in their name. That is Apache, Aprilia as well as Apache RTR. So let's say I'm going to choose an Aprilia SF. Only that bike should be shown over here. Alright, that's it. Again, let's come back over here. I'm going to say I'm going to choose on an image. Let's say I want only Bajaj Pulsar. As you can see, only that is being shown over here. Okay, so this part is done. Okay, so just like this. So this part is done. So now the next step is we need to implement the endpoint for booking of a vehicle. So the search screen is working properly fine. So now let's head back to your booking.js. Let's create a new route that is known as bookings.js. Okay, so here we're going to implement the endpoint for creating a booking route. Let's do that. So once they press on book, we need to navigate to the right confirmation screen, and once they press on that, we need to show that that particular vehicle is considered to be booked. Okay, so here I'm going to say const express is going to be equals to require of express. Okay, and I'm going to say const router is going to be equals to express.router, and furthermore I'm going to say const jwt is going to be equals to require of JSON web token const booking is going to be equals to require, go into your models and booking. Next is going to be for the vehicle. I'm going to say const vehicle is going to be equals to require, go into the models and then access the vehicle. Here first of all I'm going to say router dot apply the post method. It's going to be / create booking, or just create for now. I'm going to say authenticate token. It's going to have async method with the request and the response in the callback. Here let's try to get in a bunch of information for booking. I'm going to say I need access to vehicle ID, then your start date, your end date, or let's say start time, end date, end time, location, as well as the total price for the booking is going to be equals to your request.body. Okay, here I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all of these details are not present, then we're going to say missing required fields. I'm just going to add that condition over here, just like this. You can take a look at it. So this part is done. Format once. So now apart from this, the next step is let's try to initialize the try catch block. So try catch of errors, I'm going to say console.error of error with that particular error message. Within the try block, I'm going to have in my booking being created. So const booking is going to be equals to new booking. Here I'm going to say user ID, that is the person who is booked. It's going to come from request.user ID. And I'm going to say your vehicle ID. So vehicle ID, then your start date, your end date, then your start time, as well as your end time. And I'm going to say location, your total price, and I'm going to say status is going to be confirmed. Okay, and once that is created, I'm just going to say await booking.save to the backend. So await booking.save. Alright, this part is done. After that is done, we also need to update the vehicle model as well. I'm going to say await, I'm going to say vehicle, and we need to update the bookings of that particular vehicle. So vehicle dot, I'm going to make use of the find by ID and update. So find by ID and update of your vehicle ID, and here we need to update with the help of $push. Use that. We need to update bookings. So within the bookings, I'm going to say start date, end date, as well as the location. That's it. So here I'm going to say result.json message being booking is created successfully. So booking created successfully. That particular booking, you can send that. Let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. Let's quickly write the authenticate authenticate token functionality. I'm going to say const authenticate token is going to be equals to your request comma result comma your next. Initially try to get in the token. I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to request dot your headers of your authorization. So authorization, wrong spelling. Here I'm going to say dot split with the help of a space and access the first part, that's the bearer token. Here I'm going to say if not of token found, then directly say return result.status of 401.json with a error being access is denied. If the token is valid, I'm going to say initialize try catch block. So catch of error, I'm going to say result.status of 403.json with the error being invalid token. All right, so now within the try block, I'm going to say const decoded is going to be equals to gwt dot your verify method verify, and here it's going to be the token, and similarly it's going to be process dot your env dot your gwt secret. So whatever secret was passed, with that only we need to again verify. This part is done, and I'm going to say request dot user id is going to be equals to your decoded dot user id, and then directly say next. Okay, that's it. So this is the complete functionality for authenticate token. So now let's come back to the front end part, that is in the search screen, and once the user presses on book, we need to navigate to the next screen, that is the write confirmation screen. That is going to look something like this, and once you scroll down, we have a button for booking, and you will be able to book that. So first of all, let's design the screen, and then let's try to book the vehicle, and also we need to store the booking in the backend part. So first of all, come back to search screen and then include the parameters to be passed to the next screen, that is where we have the book button. So here for the touchable opacity, that is for your book now button, let's just add this over here. Okay, let's first of all confirm if we have already created the right confirmation. It's not there, so let's create that, and let's choose a specific date over here. Let's say 9th, and then time. Okay, so I'm going to create a new screen that is known as a write confirmation screen. So here I'm going to say write confirmation screen.tsx, so rnfes to get the shorthand code snippet, and then let's try to save the file. Okay, so I hope this is already included within the routes. Yeah, so it is write confirmation, and the same thing is there over here. All right, let's include the screen within the root navigator. Here I'm going to say stack dot screen, so your name is going to be equals to routes dot your write confirmation, and component to render for this is going to be equals to write confirmation screen. Save the file. Let's come back to this point search screen. Here let's make the change. Yeah, I think it's correct itself. Let's try to save. I'm going to say book the active R6G, go over here, routes doesn't exist, import that, and there you go, we're coming correctly to the write confirmation screen. That's going to look something like this. So let's initially get started with the design of this. So here onto the top, let me initialize my route. I'm going to say const route is going to be equals to your use route. I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Let's access a bunch of root params. I'm going to say const selected vehicles, selected vehicle, comma your pickup date, comma pickup time, comma your drop off date, so drop off date, comma drop off time, comma your location is going to be equals to your route dot params. Okay, or let's say empty object, just like this. And here I'm going to first of all get in the token. I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to use auth. Let's look into the design. So let's make use of our safe area view. So I'm going to say safe area view. Within the safe area view, let's access our scroll view. So import scroll view from React Native, and for the safe area view, I'm going to pass on some class name, that is flex of 1, as well as a bg gray of 100, and even for this class name, I'm going to say flex of 1. Save. Okay, let's design the header part that is going to contain this yellow background. So for that, having a view over here, so I'm going to say view. Within that, I'm going to have a text. Here I'm going to say summary. So let's pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say class name, This in turn is going to say, text of black, text of LG, font of semi-bold, as well as text of center. For this particular view, I'm going to say class name, it's going to have a BG yellow of 400. Then rounded is going to be bottom 3XL, a PX of 5, PT of 4, and a padding bottom of 6. As you can see, that's looking good. Below that, we're going to have the vehicle image. So here I'm going to say image, import that from React Native, just like this. And over here, I'm going to have in my source, which in turn is going to have in the URI, that is going to be equals to your selected vehicle. So I'm going to say selected vehicle dot your image. Okay, so let's pass on the class name for this image. I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a width of full as well as a height of 40 and object of contain. So object contain empty of 4. And there you go, that's looking good. And here I'm going to say resize mode is going to be contain. And just like that, this is looking nice. So let's try to save the file. Okay, next let's try to show all of your booking details right below this particular view. So here I'm going to have a view. Within that, I'm going to have in a text which says booking details, and below the text we're going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have another view. Below that, one more view. Here the text that is going to show the pickup details. I'm going to say pickup, and below the text we're going to have the pickup date. So here I'm going to say pickup date. As you can see, that is showing correctly fine. Next we are going to have the pickup time. Here I'm going to say text as well as pickup time. Okay, so that's looking good. Here I'm going to have at save. So for the inner view, let's give it a row fashion design. I'm going to say class name flex of row, items of center. Here I'm going to say class name text gray of 500, text of SM, MR of 2, and for the pickup date I'm going to say class name text of black and a font of medium. For at, I'm going to say again similar styling, class name text gray of 500, text of SM as well as ML of 1, and for the pickup time, pass on the class name. I'm going to say text black, font of medium, ML of 1. That's looking fine. So below the view, you're going to have one more text that is going to contain your location icon. So I'm just going to add it over here right below this particular view. Save. As you can see, that is a short icon. You can use that. And for this also, I'm going to say class name. So give it a flex of row. Okay, and then justify of between and items of center, and margin bottom of 2. Okay, so now for the topmost part, let's pass on the class name. I'm going to say class name over here. This in turn is going to say BG gray of 50. So BG gray of 50, padding of 3, rounded LG. So rounded of LG, MB of 3. All that is looking fine. So for the outermost view, I'm going to give it a BG color. So I'm going to say BG white. Okay, rounded of 2XL, shadow, then MX of 4, empty of 4, some internal spacing, padding of 4. And there you go. Okay, it's looking fine. So for the text which says booking details, we need to pass on the styling for that. So class name over here. Initially, text gray of 700, and I'm going to pass on text of base, font of semi-bold, and a margin bottom of 3. Well, this is looking good. So I'm just gonna paste in one more time. There is this particular view. here we're going to have the change of text. It's going to say drop off. So I'm going to say drop off instead of pickup, and here it's going to be drop off date. If you really want to format the date, you can do that, but as of now we're going to show it as is. Okay, and we've already done the formatting in the previous screen, so just copy it on the same function and then you can make use of that. So it's going to be drop off time, save. Okay, so yeah, this is looking good. So now below that we're going to have the location details. So right below this view, I'm going to say view over here. This in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have a text. Let's write that properly. Within this text, I'm going to say location. Here I'm going to have one more text. I'm going to show the location. Okay, as you can see, Indiranagar metro station, so that's showing correctly fine. Let's pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say class name. So here I'm going to say bg gray of 50, some internal spacing padding of 3, rounded lg, and a margin bottom of 3. Here class name, flex of row, justify of between, items of center. Okay, let's pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say text gray of 500, text of sm. For this I'm going to say class name, it's going to have text of black and a font of medium. Save. And just like that, the design is looking good. You can take a look at it. Okay, so this part is done. So now the next step is to show the kilometer included. So just make the same design for this and then make the change for the input fields. So here I'm going to say kilometer included, save, and here it's going to be equals to selected vehicle dot calculated included kilometer. So here I'm going to say selected vehicle dot calculated included kilometer and 228 kilometer. That's it. Let's provide in the space as well. Save. This part is done. So now the next step is the excludes design. So this is just for the UI part. Let's initialize a view for that. I'm going to have in a view, which in turn is going to have texts, which is going to say excludes, and we're going to have one more text over here. This is going to say exceeding kilometer limit is chargeable at the rupees 4 per kilometer, something like this. Okay, and next I'm going to say one more text. We're going to say fuel is not included as part of the booking. Okay, this is some UI design. Let's quickly design this. So for your view, I'm going to say class name, a slight shade of red, so bg red of 50, as well as rounded of lg. And over here I'm going to say class name, a text gray of 700, text of sm, font of medium. Okay, let's pass on the class name for this. Text red of 600, text of sm, empty of 1. Here again text red of 600, text of sm. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. So yep, that's it, and we could actually provide some padding as well. Padding of 3 to the container, view container, so p3. That's looking good. So the next part is for the offer coupons as well as the add-ons. So you can just design that. I'm going to paste in the code for that. So let's say right below this particular view, I'm going to paste in that. Make sure to import touchable opacity. Save. Okay, so as you can see, that design is looking good. So yep, this part is done. I think they should come below this. For some reason it is not correctly being shown. Okay, let's add it over here itself now. Import your touchable opacity. So let's choose in the dates again. Okay, so this part is done. So the next, apart from this, is going to be for the wallet design, and we're going to show the charges. Okay, let's implement that. So right below your add-ons, here I'm going to say a view. This in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have a text which says vehicle rental charges. Save. As you can see, that's being shown to the screen. Let's pass on the text and then show the value for this. It's going to be equal to selected vehicle dot calculated price. So selected vehicle dot your calculated price. So here let's pass on the class name for this. This in turn is going to have a text of black. For this, let's pass on the class name. Here I'm going to say again text of black, no change. So further it needs to go into a row fashion. So class name I'm going to say flex of row as well as justify of between. That's looking good. For the outermost view, we need to give it a BG color. So I'm going to say BG white, and rounded is going to be 2XL. Shadow and MX of 4, MT of 4 as well as padding of 4. Save. So reload once more. Not sure why we're getting that issue. And choose the dates. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's actually make use of a fragment over here. That is this one, because everything is coming within the view. So we need our design just outside of the view. So copy this down. I think we can use it without a fragment as well. Save. So as you can see, that's looking good. Even for the add-ons, let's do the same design. Okay, yeah, I think now it's matching the design, which is better. So this part is done. So for your view that is below this, you're going to have a divider kind of design that's going to be self-enclosing. So it's going to be class name, a border B, as well as border gray of 300, my of 2. Save. That's looking good. And here next is going to be for the taxes part. Here I'm going to say view, which in turn is going to have a text, which is going to say taxes. Here I'm going to say text over here. This is essentially going to say selected vehicles dot calculated price multiplied by the value dot to fixed. So I'm going to say rupees selected vehicle dot your calculated price multiplied by 0.28 dot to fixed dot to. Save. Okay, let's actually skip the taxes part. That's not required because yeah, the formula is not exactly right. So here I'm going to say rupees. So below this we're going to show your total payable amount and the proceed to pay button. So we need to define the handle proceed to pay. Let's remove that for now, and then let's try to save the file. As you can see, that is looking good. So proceed to pay is present over here. Okay. So yeah, that's it. So now let's actually try to define the endpoint for booking. Not sure if it's already done. Let me check my bookings.js. Yeah, so we do have the booking endpoint. And let's come back to your index.js. And let's try to use our routes. Okay, so come back to index.js file. And where we have this, I'm going to say app.use. It's going to be /API /bookings. Here it's going to be equals to booking routes. So here we're going to say module exports is going to be equals to router. So module dot exports is going to be equals to your router. For my ones, let's try to save the file. And let's come back over here, import your booking routes. Now let's import it manually. Here I'm going to say const booking routes is going to be equals to require of your routes and go into the bookings part. So that's it. Let's try to save. Where is that route? Yeah, save the file. Hopefully no issues. Yeah, this part is done. Let's come back to write confirmation again, and let's try to define that function that is handle proceed to pay. So come back over here, and we also need to define the routes properly such that it is not erroring out, just like this. Here I'm going to say const handle proceed to pay. Okay, first of all, let's add in the function over here. On press is going to be equals to handle proceed to pay. So handle proceed to pay is going to be equals to a async function. Here let's have in your try catch block. So try catch of errors, and let's try to log the error. I'm going to say console.error error creating a booking with that particular error message. Within the try block, I'm going to say const response is going to be equals to await. I'm going to say axios.post method. Okay, here I'm going to say http localhost 3000 /API / your bookings / create. Okay, here we need to pass in a bunch of information, that is the vehicle ID, that is going to be selected vehicle ._ID. Furthermore, your start date, that is going to be equals to your pickup date. Okay, next is going to be your start time, that is going to be equals to your pickup time. Furthermore, end date, it's going to be equals to your drop off date, and I'm going to say end time, that is going to be equals to your drop off time. This part is done. I'm going to say location over here. Furthermore, I'm going to say total price, that's going to be equals to selected vehicle dot calculated price multiplied by 1.28. So I'm going to say selected vehicle dot your calculated price. So calculated price multiplied by 1.28. So yeah, this is your function for this. Not the function, the body. Here headers, it's going to take in authorization and make use of backticks, pass in the bearer token over here. So bearer $token. And once this is done, we need to navigate to the book confirmation screen, where we're going to show some kind of animation, and we're going to show the design to the user saying that the bike is booked or the vehicle is booked. So here, let's create a screen first of all. I'm going to say book confirmation screen. So book confirmation screen.tsx rnfes together should run code snippet. Save the file, and let's make sure we have this route already being initialized. So I'm going to say routes.ts, book confirmation is there, which is good. Same thing over here, it's there. Let's include that within our route navigator. Have that over here. First of all, import that correctly. Copy this down. This is going to say routes.book confirmation, and component is going to be equals to book confirmation screen. Import that from the screens folder properly. Save. This part is done. Come back to write confirmation, and let's navigate over here. Okay, so once this is done, I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to your routes dot book confirmation, and pass in the booking information over here. I'm going to say booking is going to be equals to response.data.booking. That's going to come from the backend. Okay, so let's format once, and let's try to save the file. So I'm going to make this change for this. Let's try to implement it. Or you can just try to include this particular root stack param list instead of directly importing the root params, and then later we can destructure it over here, just like this. Let's try to save the file. Okay, so let's try to give this a try. If we've done everything correctly, once we press on proceed to pay, we need to create a booking in the backend part, and then we need to navigate to the book confirmation screen. So let's do that. I'm going to press on proceed to pay. Okay, so we do have an issue, error creating booking. Okay, cannot read properties of undefined, reading 1. Okay, it's a type error, so not sure where exactly is that. Let's try to debug this. So let's check out the authenticate token, because that was, where the issue was. Okay, so over here we're going to say authorization dot split of 1, that is the bearer token, and if not of token. Okay, if not of token, save the file. That was the issue. Let's say proceed to pay. Okay, that was not the issue. Still we do have that error. We're going to say const token equals to request dot headers, okay, of authorization dot split. Okay, I think I got another issue. It should be parenthesis, not the square brackets, because that's how the split works. My bad. And then access the first part. So hopefully now we should be able to book this particular vehicle. Proceed to pay. Okay, so we do still have that issue, but this issue is gone, which is okay. Let's see what exactly is that issue. Status code 403. So I think the issue is on to the front end part, because in the backend there was no issue. The issue which was there is already solved. So yeah, let's come back to your front end part. I think some issue with respect to the token for the 403 error. So come back to write confirmation screen. Yeah, so this is required, token is required. Let's see token where it is coming. Okay, my bad, the token is initialized wrong, so we need to destructure it. We cannot directly access like this. So const token, save. Hopefully now it should work. Proceed to pay, and boom, just like that we are able to book this particular vehicle. And even in the backend you can verify it should be present. But as you saw in the demo part of the video, once we come into book confirmation, we need to show some kind of animation. There is some kind of confetti and some details as well. So let's look into that. So let's come back to book confirmation screen, and here let's install the package that is known as your React Native confetti cannon. Okay, so come back over here. I'm going to say yarn add React Native confetti cannon. Let's install this, and let's try to initialize some details over here. So const route is going to be equals to your use route. Okay, let's try to import use route, or from any of the other screens. Let's do a pod install, and then once that's done, let's try to reload the app. So this part is done. So here I'm going to say, let's also take in the navigation. So const navigation is going to be equals to your use navigation, and over here within the return block, let's try to access your safe area view. So I'm going to say safe area view. Here let's pass on the class name. I'm going to say class name. I'm going to give it a flex of 1, bg gradient to bottom, from yellow 100s to white. Import safe area view from React Native as such. Okay, here I'm going to have my confetti cannon. I'm going to pass in the count 200, and origin I'm going to say x minus 10 and y is 0. Then I'm going to say auto start is going to be true. Furthermore, I'm going to say fade out is going to be true. So fade out is going to be true as well. Let's try to reload the app. here I'm gonna say yarn iOS, and import your confetti cannon from React Native confetti cannon. Okay, so here let's try to initialize your scroll view. So I'm gonna say scroll view from React Native. This in turn is gonna have a view, which in turn is gonna have your image. Okay, and we're gonna have in two texts which says booking confirmed and your ride is ready to roll. So you can try to paste this, and you can try to include this image. I'll be sending the image link in the description, and these are the two texts and these are the styles for the text. You can take a look at it. Let's try to import image from React Native. Okay, so now the next step is to show the booking ID as well as the date. So right below this, I'm gonna have in my view, this in turn is gonna have a text which is gonna say booking ID. That's gonna be equals to save booking ID. So first of all, a booking is gonna come from route params. I'm gonna say const booking is equals to route.params, and we can try to include the vehicle created at start date as well as the end date. So I'm going to add that value just like this. You can take a look at it. So yeah, after this booking ID is going to be equals to your save booking ID dot underscore ID. So I'm going to say save booking dot underscore ID, and below that we're gonna show the booked on date. I'm gonna say text over here. We are gonna say booked on. It's gonna be equals to created at dot to local date string, just like this. Okay, so for this I'm gonna have in the class name, which is gonna say bg of white, rounded XL, shadow medium, padding of 4, MB of 4. Here I'm going to say class name for the booking ID. I'm going to say text of XL, font of semi bold, text of black, MB of 2. And for this, for the booked on date, that is, I'm going to say class name, initially text gray of 500. Okay, that's it. Let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. And these are some of the vehicle details. Let's show that quickly right below this view. So once the app loads, we can directly check out the design. So I'm going to say view over here. This in turn is going to have a text which is going to show the vehicle details. I'm going to say vehicle details. Below the text, I'm going to have in my image, which in turn is going to have in the source URI. This is going to be equal to your vehicle.image. So vehicle.image. Let's pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say class name. It's going to have a width of full as well as a height of 40. Rounded is going to be LG. Object is going to be contain, MB of 4, and here I'm going to say resize mode of contain. So resize mode is going to be equals to contain. This part is done. Okay, and for the outermost view, I'm going to say class name over here. I'm going to say bg white. Rounded is going to be XL. Shadow MD. Internal spacing padding of 4, margin bottom of 4. So below image, we're going to show the vehicle name as well as the total price for the booking. So for that, I'm going to say have a text over here. This in turn is going to show in the vehicle.name. So I'm going to say vehicle.name. Apart from that, I'm going to have a text which is going to say your price. I'm going to say save booking dot total price dot to fixed of 2. Okay, so for the vehicle name, I'm going to say class name initially. So class name, this in turn is going to have text of LG, as well as a font of bold and a text of black. Here I'm going to say class name for this. This in turn is going to have in a text gray of 500. That's pretty much it. And below this view, we're going to have the booking details being shown. So having a view for that. This view in turn is going to have in a text, which is going to show the booking details. So essentially, we're going to show all of those pickup and as well as the drop details along with the values. So here having a view, which in turn is going to have a text which says pickup, and below that we're going to show the start date. So here I'm going to say your start date dot to local date string. I'm going to say at your safe booking dot start time. So safe booking dot start time. So for the view, I'm initially going to say class name. So it's going to be equals to flex of row because we want it in a row fashion. So flex row, justify of between, okay, and a margin bottom of 2. And for this I'm going to say text gray of 600 for the pickup. Not sure, for some reason it's taking a longer time to build the app. Let's try to open it up over here, bike rental. So let's actually try this out if it's working fine or not. Let's try to save the file initially. Let's try to book a different bike. I'm going to choose 8th and then 3:30 a.m. some random timings, 10th as well as 1:30. Search. Let's say I'm going to book the bike, that is this one, Royal Enfield Classic 350. Book now. Proceed to pay. And boom. Just like that, as you can see, booking confirmed, your ride is ready to roll, and we are trying to build this up over here. Okay. So this part is done. So here I'm going to say class name for this. This in turn is going to have, a BG of white, rounded of XL, shadow of medium, padding of 4 as well as a MB of 4. Save. Okay, not sure why we are getting that. Okay, I think now it's installing the app, which is good. So similarly, I'm going to add in the remaining conditions remaining design for your drop off as well as the location part. So you can take a look at it. So once this part is done, just try to replicate that for the drop off, location as well as the status. That is going to be safe booking.status or pending, and it's going to be a dots to uppercase, and this is the style for all of these. You can take a look at it from the starting point. Save the file. Below this, we're going to have 2 buttons. I'm going to say touchable opacity. This text is going to have view invoice. So I'm going to say view invoice and one more text that is going to say return home or back to home. Let's pass on the class name for this. So class name. This in turn is going to say BG yellow of 400. Rounded is going to be XL. PY of 4. MB of 4. For the text which says view invoice, I'm going to say class name. I'm going to say text of black. Text of center. And I'm going to say font of bold. Text of LG. For this particular touchable opacity, again class name, it's going to have a BG blue of 500, rounded of XL, and a padding Y of 4. So let's pass on the class name for this, which is back to home. This is going to have again text of white, so add that, text white, text of center, and a font of bold or text of LG. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. this part is done. So let's try to give this a try. So I'm gonna book another vehicle. So I'm gonna say 8th and choose in the time, and again choosing some time as well as search, and boom, just like that. As you can see over here, we are able to see that sold out message being shown because we had booked this vehicle initially, that is for Indiranagar metro station, and it is sold out. I think I forgot to do one more implementation, that is the drop down is not yet implemented, right? So my bad, let's do that. So once you come back to write confirmation, we had commented out something, if I would remember, that is, not write confirmation, search screen. So as you can see, for this particular station, this vehicle was booked and book now is disabled. Even if I press, you won't be able to navigate, and it is showing the message which says sold out. Okay, so let's define that function, that is render drop down of the item.id as well as the item.locations. So this thing is going to take in two parts, vehicle ID as well as the locations. Let's try to implement it over here. I'm going to say const render drop down is going to be equals to your vehicle ID, that is going to be string, as well as the locations, that is going to be array of strings. So I'm going to say just like this. Here I'm going to return a model. Basically I'm going to say model. So here I'm going to say visible, not visible, first of all transparent is going to be true, then visible equals to your drop down visible is going to be equals to vehicle ID. Next, furthermore, I'm going to say animation type is going to be fade. Let's format once. Apart from that, I'm going to say on request close, I'm going to take in a function and I'm going to say set drop down visible to be of null. So set drop down visible to be of null, and here within the model I'm going to use my touchable without feedback. So here I'm going to have in a view, which in turn is going to have one more view, not a view, again touchable without feedback. Here I'm going to have another view, which in turn is going to show the flat list. So your data is going to be equals to your locations coming from the parameters, and we're going to have in the key extractor, that is going to take in the item as well as the item, then initialize your render item method, destructure the item over here, and we're going to show a touchable opacity. So I'm going to say touchable opacity, here having a text, and we're going to show your item over here. So for your touchable opacity, pass on the class name, or let's give it some internal styling, padding of 15, and border bottom width, so border bottom width of 1, and border bottom color, so border bottom color of EEE. For this I'm going to say class name, or even for this some internal styling, font size of 15, color of 333. Okay, and once you press on the touchable opacity, we need to set the handle location. So I'm going to say on press is going to be equals to handle location set of vehicle ID as well as the item. So I'm going to say handle location set or select of the vehicle ID that's coming from the parameter, because for that particular vehicle only we need to change the location. So let's define this handle location set. So const handle location set, not set select is going to be equals to vehicle ID of a string, location of a string. So here I'm going to make sure the set selected locations. So set selected locations, get in the previous data, whatever is present at that particular point, and just try to include the previous. And for that particular vehicle ID, set this location as the starting point. Okay, that's it. And I'm going to say set your drop down visible to be of false or null. Let's give a format once and then let's try to save. And let's try to add in the design for this particular view. We can take a look at it. Okay, format once and let's try to save. I think alright, so this part is done, so you can try to save the file. Let's say I'm going to press on the drop down. Okay, so nothing seems to happen. Let's look into that. Probably we haven't given the on press. Yeah, so that's the reason it's not working. Let's come down to the point where we have that drop down being initialized. Yeah, so to the visible opacity, I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and it's going to be equals to set drop down visible of item.id. So here I'm going to say set your drop down visible, and boom, there you go. Just like that, it's working fine. So make sure to add in the flex of 1. I think I've forgotten that, as well as this BG color. So you can choose, let's say, Yeshwantpur BMTC station, and once you choose that, automatically the sold out is gone because this station is free for this particular vehicle. Okay, so yes, that's pretty much it. So you can try to, let's say, book this vehicle again. I'm going to say book now and proceed to pay, and there you go. Just like that, it's working fine. For some reason the vehicle image is not being shown, and we are able to see book, not book, view invoice, as well as back to home. So once you press on back to home, we need to navigate to the main tab. So we can do that. So now the next step is we need to implement the bookings details. Okay, let's do that. So if at all they have booked anything, we need to show all of the user bookings once they come back to menu. Okay, menu screen is not even designed. Let's do that as well. So before that, let's try to come back to bookings.js, and let's try to create a new booking over here. Not create a new booking, we need to get the user bookings if at all they have booked a vehicle. I'm going to say router.get, it's going to be /user. I'm going to say authenticate token, having your async method with your request and the response in the callback, having your try catch block. So try catch of error. Here I'm going to say console.error with that particular error message, and here I'm going to say result.status of, let's say, 500 .json with the error being server error. Within the try block, I'm going to say const bookings is going to be equals to await booking.find with respect to the user ID, that is going to be equals to request.user ID. Okay, here let's try to populate. I'm going to say dot populate vehicle ID, and we're gonna get in two things from this, name as well as the image, and I'm going to sort it. So dot sort with respect to created at, I'm going to say -1. So sort by the most recent. Here check the bookings first of all. I'm going to say if a not of bookings dot length, then here I'm going to say return result.json of a message being no bookings found for this user. Okay, here I'm just going to say result.json of all of your bookings. Let's try to format once and then let's try to save the file. Let's come back to the menu screen. That is going to look something like this. That is this one. Okay, let's start designing the menu screen. So I hope the screen is already present. Yeah, menu screen.tsx is there. Let's start looking into this. So here, first of all, at the top, let's define the user type, your auth context type, as well as some root stack param list. So I'm going to say interface user. It's going to have phone string and then the first name of string, last name. All of these are optional. Next we have is the email, string, your ID as well as string. Okay, let's say interface, your auth context type. I'm going to say logout. It's just going to say promise of void. And I'm going to say user is going to be of type user and token of string. Here let's try to get in the logout functionality. I'm going to say const logout is going to be equals to, as well as the user2 comma user is going to be equals to use auth as your auth context type. And I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Import that correctly. And let's start off designing this. Use navigation is not yet imported. Save. So here make use of safe area view. So I'm going to say safe area view. Here we're going to have in a scroll view basically. So scroll view. So for the safe area view, again similarly, class name flex of 1, pg of white. Okay, so for the scroll view I'm going to say flex of 1 again. So class name over here, flex 1. Here I'm going to have in my header section pass in the view. This in turn is going to have one more view, which in turn is going to have another view. For that we're going to have that checkbox. That's the view for this. I'm going to say checkbox, not checkbox, check from Lucid React Native, a size of 40. Color is going to be this color code, that is FBBF24. So for the view over here I'm going to say class name. So here I'm going to say width of 20, height of 20, rounded of full, a border of let's say 4, and border green of 300 or 400. Flex items center, justify center, as well as a BG of white. As you can see, that's looking good. And for this particular view I'm going to give it a BG of yellow, as you can see over here in the screenshot. So class name, I'm going to say BG yellow of 400. I'm going to say rounded B of 3XL and PX of 6, PT of 8, PB of 10. Yeah, that's looking fine. And for this it's going to have a flex of row. I'm going to say class name, here flex row items center, a gap of 3. Below this view, show in the user info details, I'm going to say view. So having a text here, I'm going to say, so here we're going to work in such a way that if at all the user phone number is present, which would obviously be present, then we're going to show the user phone number, else we're going to show the user. So as of now, you can show the phone number or you can just show the user message. Okay, I'm going to first of all check if at all my user dot first name is present, or user dot phone. Okay, I'm going to skip that because my phone number is going to be visible. So user dot first name or user. So as of now the first name is not present, so it's just going to show user over here. Instead of that you can show the phone details. So below I'm going to have in a text which is going to say account status. So I'm going to say account status, that is going to be equals to user dot first name and user.email, then it's going to be profile updated, else it's going to be update your information. So I'm just going to add in the code for that. You can take a look at it. Save. As you can see, account status, update information because there is no user.first name as of now. So yeah, this part is done. Below that, we're going to have one more text or the email basically. So I'm going to say user.email if it's present, and I'm going to have in a text showing that particular user.email. I'm going to say user.email. Let's pass on the class name to this. I'm going to say class name. It's going to have text of SM, text gray of 700. Save. Okay, this part is done. So now the next step is for the view profile button. That's going to come below this view. Touchable opacity. Let's write that properly. Having a text, and we're going to say view profile. So for the design of this touchable opacity, I'm going to say class name, self start, empty of 5, bg of white, py of 2, rounded is going to be XL, shadow is going to be large. Okay, so for this I'm going to say class name, we're going to have a text of black, so I'm going to say text black over here and a font of semi bold. Let's also give it some px of 3. Yeah, I think this design is looking okay. So below that, we're going to have all of your menu items. So let's try to design that right below your view. Here I'm going to have in my view, here we're going to have a touchable opacity. Here have a text which is going to show my bookings. For the view, let's provide some internal spacing. So class name, padding of 4, space x or space y of 3. Here I'm going to say class name for the my bookings. It's going to have a text of LG, font of medium, as well as a text gray of 800. All right, here I'm going to have in the check icon again. Size is going to remain 24. Color is going to be black. Save. That's looking good. So for the touchable opacity, it needs to come into a row fashion. So class name. Here I'm going to say flex of row, justify of between, items of center, bg white, internal spacing padding of 4, rounded is going to be 2XL, and a shadow of large. So as you can see, that design is looking good. So just try to modify this and then make the changes for the remaining ones. It's going to be saved addresses as well as RB wallet. So I'm going to say saved addresses, and icon is going to be, I guess it's going to be map pin. So the icon is randomly put out. You can add in the correct icon if you want to. So I'm going to say map pin. The next one is going to be for your RB wallet as well as help and support. So I'm going to say RB wallet. This is going to say help and support. So help and support. Here it's going to be help circle icon. And for RB wallet, it's going to be your wallet icon. Save. Wallet doesn't exist. Okay. Yeah, that's looking good. So I'm going to add the remaining things for all of these legal details. So essentially the style is going to remain the same itself. Just try to make the change for the text as well as the icons. So we need to import each of them. X from Lucid React Native. Again, all of these also from the same family. Import that, import this as well. and import the logout too. I hope it got imported. Yeah, save. And there you go. Just like that, this part is done. So now let's implement logout later. We have one more part remaining, that is we need to update the information. Okay, so I think I've not yet written the endpoint for that. Let's check that out. Auth.js. We have verify, we have verify token, verify OTP. We need one more, that is to complete the profile. Okay, so within your auth.js over here, I'm going to say router.post. It's going to be / complete profile. Alright, having your async method with the request and the response in the callback. So for completing the profile, we need access to 4 things: phone, first name, last name, email. So I'm going to say const phone, comma first name, comma last name, comma your email is going to be equals to your request.body. Alright, here I'm going to say if not of phone, first name or email, then you're going to say missing fields and you're going to give the details. Add that condition over here and having your try catch block. So try catch of error, I'm going to say console.error, error updating profile with that particular error message, and I'm going to say result.status of 500.json with a error being server error. Alright, within the try block, I'm going to say const user is going to be equals to await user dot find one and update. Okay, here I'm going to update the phone, the first name, last name, as well as the email if at all they've sent it. I'm going to say new is going to be true and absurd is going to be true. So yes, that's it. So once this is done, we can directly say result.json of your message profile is updated with that particular user over here. Let's try to format once and let's try to save the file. So yes, this is the complete endpoint for completing the profile. So let's head back to your auth context and then include this, because I don't think we have implemented the complete profile. So auth context.tsx, we have logouts and OTP, verify OTP. Here I'm going to say const complete profile is going to be equals to async function taking your phone of string, your first name of string, last name of string, and email of string as well. Okay, here I'm going to say initialize the response. Let's write that properly. So const response is going to be equals to await import axios from axios dot post method. This is going to be your URL, that is http localhost 3000 / your API / your auth / complete profile. This in turn is going to take in the body, that is your phone, first name, last name, as well as your email, and headers over here. I'm going to say authorization bearer token, and here I'm just going to say set user to be of response.data.user. Let's format once and then let's try to include these two things, that is logout as well as complete profile. Logout is already there, I guess. Yeah, logout is there. Even complete profile is there. Save the file. This part is done. So we can directly come back to your menu screen. I think we need to create one more screen, that's the profile completion screen.tsx. Okay. So I'm going to say screens, new screen, profile completion screen.tsx. RNFE S to get the shorthand code snippet. Save this file. Let's include this within our root navigator. I hope we have the routes. So it's going to be routes dot profile completion, and here it's going to be equals to profile completion screen for the render component. So profile completion screen, right? Let's try to save the file. Let's come back to your profile completion screen. So the design for this is not yet added, so it's going to remain simple as you saw in the demo part of the video, just 3 input fields, and if at all they press on save, we need to save that. Okay, so here let's try to include some states. So const your first name comma set first name is going to be equals to use state, and similarly I'm going to say const last name comma set last name is going to be equals to use state of an initial empty string. The next one is going to be for email. So const email comma set email is going to be equals to use state for an empty string. Then const complete profile is going to be equals to your use auth. Import that from the context. Initialize a route. So const route is going to be equals to use route. Furthermore, your navigation, so const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Let's look into the design over here. So here first of all I'm going to say class name flex of 1, a bg of white, padding of 6. So let's come back to the first of all menu screen, and let's try to press on a logout, and let's try to press on your handle view profile. So menu screen over here, if you press on your view profile button, I'm going to say on press handle view profile, and we're just going to navigate to the update profile. So I'm going to say const handle view profile is going to be equals to a normal function. I'm going to say navigation.navigate to your routes dot profile completion. Save. And there you go, we're coming correctly to the profile completion screen. We can actually make use of safe area view as well. So safe area view, let's try to add that over here. Oh my god, let's write that properly. Alright, this is done. So now let's come back to, so let's continue designing a profile completion screen. So here I'm going to have a text which says complete your profile. Pass on a text over here. So text of 2XL, font of bold, as well as a text of center, MB of 6. That's looking nice. Here I'm going to have in text input. So it's going to have the placeholder which says first name, and I'm going to say value is going to be equals to first name, and on change text I'm going to say set first name. So let's pass on the class name for the text input. I'm going to say class name over here. This in turn is going to have a border, and border gray of 400, rounded of XL, PX of 4, PY of 3, MB of 4. Let's give a format once and let's try to save the file. That's looking good. So let's have in a view basically over here. Within that, let's add in all of this. I'm going to say padding of 6 to this. Okay, that's looking good. Let's try to make the change for the remaining ones, that is for 2 more text inputs. So I'm going to add it right below this along with the details. Let's format once and let's try to save. As you can see, that's looking good. And finally, we're going to have your touchable opacity. Here I'm going to say touchable opacity text and submit button. So class name for this, I'm going to say BG blue of 600, PY of 4, rounded is going to be XL, as well as items of center. Okay, that's looking good. You can make it yellow basically. So here for the text, I'm going to say class name, text of white, text of LG, and a font of semi-bold. Cool, this is looking nice. So let's define the handle submit function. Here I'm going to say const handle submit is going to be equals to async function over here. And let's try to access try catch block. I'm going to say set error to be of failed to save profile. Let's say const error comma set error is going to be equals to use state. Okay, within the try block, just simply say await, call the function complete profile and pass in the required details to it. That is your phone, your first name, your last name, as well as the email. Once this is done, you can just try to say navigation dot reset, pass in the index of 0, and we need to reset to the main tab. So I'm going to say routes to be passed, pass in the name, that's going to be equals to your routes dot your main tabs. Phone is not present, phone is going to come from route.params. So const phone is equals to route.params. Save the file. Property phone of undefined. Okay, I don't think we are actually sending the phone, so let's look into that. Come back to your menu screen. So menu screen over here, let's try to send the phone. That is going to be user.phone. Save. Okay, let's come back over here and view profile. So now let's try to give this a try. I hope we have implemented everything. Handle submit, let's give that to the on press over here. On press handle submit. Let's format once and let's try to save the file. So let's check if we've done everything correctly. Complete profile of phone, first name, last name, email. Let's try to give 2 things. I'm going to give in my name. Last name I'm going to skip it. Email I'm going to give it sujan@gmail.com. Submit. And boom, everything's working fine. So now once if I reload my app and once if I go back to my menu screen, we should be seeing not the user, we need to be seeing the user details, that is the username as well as the user email. And there you go. Just like this, account status is profile updated because we have updated the profile. And once you come over here, even this can be updated. That is, you can try to get the information from the context and then you can update the value. Okay. So you can update the value just like that. So yes, that's pretty much it about your booking, not booking, your profile completion screen. This part is done. So now we can implement the final part. That is going to be your my booking. So once you press on this, we would navigate to the my bookings screen. That's the last part. So here I'm going to create a new screen that is known as bookings screen dot tsx. So rnfes to get the short and code snippet. Save the file. Let's include this within the routes navigator. Here I'm going to say routes dot bookings basically. Here I'm going to say component, and I'm going to say bookings screen. Okay, not sure if at all it's created. Bookings screen, yeah, it is present. So let's import that. I'm going to say import bookings screen from the screens folder. Let's pass in booking screen over here. Format once and let's try to save the file. This part is done. Let's try to navigate over here. So let's initialize on press on your final part, that is the my bookings container. I'm going to say handle bookings. So menu screen. So where it says my bookings, here I'm going to say on press handle my bookings. Let's define this over here. I'm going to say const handle my bookings is going to be equals to a normal function. They're going to say navigation.navigate to the name of the screen, that's going to be equals to routes.bookings. Save. And there you go, we're coming correctly to the booking screen. So that's going to look something like this. If all you have booked any vehicle, we're going to show the price and the vehicle details as well as the place details as well. So we can come back to the bookings screen.tsx and we can start designing that. So before we design the booking screen, first of all, let's define the types that we're going to use it over here. So we're going to have interface vehicle. Okay, so it's going to be name string, then image as well string, then you're going to have interface booking. So here it's going to have in your vehicle ID, that's going to be of type vehicle. Then I'm going to say start date, it's going to be string. Then I'm going to say end date, it's going to be string. Furthermore, your start time, it's going to be of type string. End time, it's going to be of type string as well. Your location is going to be string. Then total price is going to be number. Okay, your status, it's going to be confirmed or pending, or it's going to be cancelled. And here or string. Okay, that's it. Let's try to get in the token from the use auth, and then let's try to define the endpoint that we have earlier defined. So for that, I'm going to say const token is going to be equals to use auth. Okay, then I'm going to say const navigation is going to be equals to use navigation. Here I'm going to say navigation prop. All right, here it's going to be of type any. And I'm going to initialize the states for booking, loading as well as error. Okay, so I'm going to say const bookings comma set bookings is going to be equals to use state initially empty array, or we're going to set off type booking. And over here I'm going to say const loading comma set loading is going to be equals to use state, and I'm going to say boolean initially, so boolean, and it's going to be set to true. And const error comma set error is going to be equals to use state initially pointing to null. Let's define a use effect to fetch the bookings. I'm going to say use effect over here. It's going to run on your initial mount. So empty dependency array. I'm going to say const fetch bookings is going to be equals to a async function. Okay, let's try to have in your try catch block. So try catch of errors. Here I'm going to say console.errors of that particular error message. And here I'm going to say finally, okay, not over here. Here finally set loading to be of false. Within the try block, let's try to initialize a response. It's going to be simple. So const response is going to be equals to await axios.get. This in turn is going to take in your http /localhost and then 3000 /API /bookings /your user. Okay, here let's pass in your headers. This in turn is going to take in your authorization. It's going to be bearer token. So I'm going to say bearer $token. That's it. Once we have done this, just set the response. I'm going to say set bookings to be of response.data. Let's actually verify if at all in the backend everything is set correctly or not. So save the file initially, come back over here, and to the index.js, hopefully we have included the routes, booking routes. Let's check out the booking routes. Yeah, it is router.get of user, even authenticate token is initialized over here. All right. So hopefully once when we come back to your menu and then my bookings, hopefully no errors. Yeah, there are no issues, which is good. Let's try to, design the screen. So let's first of all call the function. So yeah, it didn't actually execute. So fetch bookings. Okay, still no issues, which is good. So let's try to initialize the safe area view and then start looking into the design part. I'm going to say safe area view. This in turn is going to have a class name over here. I'm going to say class name. So here I'm going to say flex of 1 as well as a bg gray of 50. All right. And over here I'm going to have a view, which in turn is going to have a text which says my bookings. Here check icon from Lucid React Native. Size I'm going to give it, let's say 26 or 28. Color is going to be white color. Class name ml of 3. Save the file. So let's pass on the design for the class name of the view. I want it in a row fashion, so flex of row, items of center, justify of center as well as a bg yellow of 500, py of 6, rounded b 3xl. Furthermore, shadow of medium. So I'm going to say shadow medium. And for your text, I'm going to pass in the class name. So I'm going to say class name over here. Text of 3xl, font of extra bold. Extra bold is the one, as well as text of white. So as you can see, that is looking good. So now let's try to show all of the bookings over here. I'm going to say scroll view, import scroll view from React Native. First of all, check if at all your bookings.length is equals to 0, question mark is equals to 0, question mark. Here we're going to show some design, that is we're going to say there are no bookings yet. I'm going to say view over here. If at all the bookings are present, we're going to show the bookings over here. So try to map over it, or we can directly map. I'm going to say bookings dot map for every booking as well as the index. Let's try to return a view. This in turn is going to have the image initially. Import image from React Native. Yeah, it got imported. Have in the source URI, it's going to be equals to your booking dot vehicle id dot image. So booking dot your vehicle id dot image. Let's pass on the class name for this. I'm going to say class name. So here I'm going to say class name. This is going to have basically a width of full, height of 48, as well as a rounded of 2xl. Save and boom. As you can see, we have 3 bookings done. Okay, so these 2 vehicles are same, but they're booked for different locations, if you would remember. Okay, so here I'm going to say resize method. It's going to be contain, resize mode contain, and below this we're going to show the vehicle name plus the price. So right below the image, I'm going to say have in a view. This in turn is going to have a text which is going to say booking dot vehicle id dot your name. As you can see, that's showing correctly fine. Then booking dot total price dot to fixed. Here I'm going to say text booking dot total price dot to fixed of 2. This part is done. So below that particular view, let's initially format once, and for the view, let's give the styling. I'm going to say class name. Yeah, even to this we have the class name. So class name, this in turn is going to have, you know, a bg of white and then rounded of 3xl. I'm going to say shadow of lg. Okay, some internal spacing, padding of 5, MB of 6, border, as well as border gray of 100. I think some issue is there. Reload the app once more. Let me just add it for this one. Okay, that's looking fine. So here let's say class name. Let's write it one by one. Padding of 5. Yeah, that's looking fine. And then it's going to have a bg of white. Okay, then MB of 6, border, and border gray of 100. Okay, yeah, this is looking fine. So below that we're going to show the dates part. Right below this view, I'm going to say view over here. Here I'm going to pass in text. This is going to have in the format date as well as the icon. I'm going to say format date of booking dot start date and booking dot start time. Similarly, one more text, format date of booking dot end date and then booking dot end time. So I'm going to say booking dot end date, booking dot end date as well as booking dot end time. Let's define the function that is your format date onto the top. I'm going to say const format date is going to be equals to date and here I'm going to say new date of your date dot to local date string. This method English US, and month is going to say short, day is numeric, and I'm going to say year is going to be numeric as well. Save. As you can see, that's looking good. Some issue with the end time. For some reason it is not showing correctly. Booking dot, okay, my bad, not end date, end time. So you can just copy this down. I'm going to paste in the styles for this. Save. Okay, and I've also pasted in the location part, which is going to have text array of 600 and as well as text base and then empty of 3. So this is the style for this particular view. So below the location, we're going to have one final part, that is the status batch. So right below the text over here, I'm gonna have a view. This in turn is gonna have a text basically. Here I'm gonna say booking.status. As you can see, it is gonna be confirmed. So you can take a look at the styling for this as well. Let's try to format and then save. As you can see, this part is done. Okay, so we have completed designing your bookings screen. So that's it. So now once when we press on logout, we need to log out, and then that's going to be the final part of the project. So let's give that a try. Come back to menu screen and let's try to implement the logout. So logout is already imported from your auth context, that is your use route. So just try to log out the user. Yeah, anyway, it's already given. We just need to try it out. So log out. So here we're going to clear out the token. So once that is done, and we're also going to set is authenticated to be a false. So automatically we should be navigating to the screen, that is your login screen. So log out, and boom, just like that we are logged out. So now even if you refresh or reload, it should be showing your login screen itself, because there is no token present, everything is cleared off, user data is also cleared, and even your is authenticator is also set to be false. Okay, that's it. So there is one more thing which you can implement, that is the splash screen. Okay, for that you can try it out on your own. I'll be telling you how exactly to do it. It's pretty simple. So if you remember, we had something known as the loading state, that is from your auth context. You can fetch that loading into your root navigator, take that in the form of use auth from the use auth, that is over here, and you can check the condition that if at all it is loading, create a new screen, and you can create a basic splash screen, add in some basic image at the center part of the screen saying that it is loading, and next condition, check if at all is authenticated as true. It's going to show this all of these screens which is already done, else just add in the other condition. So you just need to do one more condition to this particular stack navigator. Just say if is loading is true, add in a splash screen. Okay, that's it. I'll be sending the code in the description. You can take a look at it. So yes, that's it about this project. So we basically learned about how to implement phone authentication with a third-party provider, and we were able to implement the choosing of dates in a simple way. And once we choose the dates, and once we press on search, we were also able to search the vehicles that were available at different locations, and we were also able to filter through those models as well by opening up the search overlay model. And we were also able to book a particular ride or book a particular vehicle for a specific location, and if at all a vehicle is already been booked for a specific location, then in that case we're going to show sold out. We're actually going to block that particular vehicle if at all for that particular location it is sold out. And we're also able to implement the ride confirmation screen as well as the bookings screen too, and even the backend is working properly fine. So yes, that's it about this project. If you find this interesting, please hit the like button and do subscribe for more such content. So let's see you in the next video, and then thank you for watching.